Let's do
Oh,
it.
wait. Can I? Okay. Are we live?
It says so.
Yay. It does. Okay. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, it says on my computer because that's where I clicked it. Hello, everybody. Oh, that music is loud, isn't it?
Yeah, a
Can
little
you
bit.
hear?
I can hear
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna.
Slightly.
Hey,
Slightly.
Zoe, can you do me a favor and turn down the music a little bit? I love having kids. I'm fixing her lunch too, so I'm gonna have to run in a second. But hello, everybody. As always, I am Natalie Luck. That hasn't changed. Unless you're trying to look at my social security number, then it's a different name. But we won't go into that. We have the wonderful Charlie here with us today. They decided to grace us with their presence, and we're totally okay with that.
I don't know if gracing is the right word, but foist upon.
Oh, please. It was offered. We're good. All right. So with that, I plan to definitely highlight our early bird risers, depending on where you live. But for here, it's 1 o'clock. But of course, Devin, the wonderful Devin, who will pull up. You know what, Devin? Actually, since you commented, I first off need to sign into YouTube. But I'm going to make you a moderator on here because you are amazing with pulling links and references all the time. And we always need the Devin librarian in our group here.
Devin collecting even more power as it pulls up to make Devin the mightiest moderator in the history of YouTube.
Okay, put the noodles in. We also have, nope, I just clicked on that. Really? Deja vu? There's a glitch in the matrix.
Oh, several.
We have the book place. Saying hello.
Hello.
Oh, stream recommendations. I love it. Joined Angela's late and I want to get some more done. Oh, well, now we got pressure to make sure we do some sprints here.
Well, I'm world building and I've got stuff what needs doing. So
I actually still am working on my sci-fi. I got 5 chapters outlined. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but I know the beginning, and this is how different how I wrote my last book, because my last book I just wrote and I always knew 5 chapters ahead, and I'm trying to plan out more. I got my synopsis done to give myself an overview.
yeah, I got everything what needs naming named, and now I need to define what all the names mean. So I'm at that point.
Pronunciation list for readers.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, I probably should do that too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just added more on your to-do list.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah, saying hi. Oh, the list is getting long. Caitlin Costello's having a stream at 4 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Central, and 7 p.m. Eastern. All right. Sweet. Well, I'm going to be done at like 3-ish. Sometimes I go until 3:30, at most 4. But that's usually me running up and grabbing my son and then coming back down. So
unless she's a jester and then she's on all night, all day, and all weekend.
Well, in that I have my husband. So my husband hasn't been home for the past week willingly. Like we don't have problems in our paradise, but he's golfing. Okay, like things are fine. He's golfing. Yeah. So we got Ion. I think I said that right. Ion?
Ayane, I believe.
Ayani. Okay, weird.
The unholy.
I love her post on Instagram. Your makeup skills, dear, are to die for.
I have to say, you are killing Instagram right now.
You are slaying it. Oh, 2 of your favorite people. You know what, Jules? It's wonderful that you're in here because I actually plan to use one of your timers that you posted. I'm not using the full 60 minutes. I'm moving the little tracker thing here closer to 20, but I'm using yours. So, all right. And I read a book about Devin the moderator. That's what I was working on the other day. I got to jump over. Oh, we got Ryan. Rose. Sorry. I saw Lynn and I saw Rose and I just made it right. Yes, dear.
The headcanon is real.
All right. So the last one, Jules is saying hooray. All right. So I gotta go help my daughter right quick. I'm not even gonna mute myself, so you might hear pots and pans clanging. Don't be alarmed. Charlie's got this.
I do? Oh no. So what is everybody going to be working on today? I said, I'm working on some world building because I am creating a lit RPG novel, which really requires me to know what the game is that the people are playing, or I can't do my normal pantsy righty thing. So I don't have the power to put things on screen, but I will say hello, author Angela Ann. You can't wait, but you can't stay, but wanted to stop by and hit the like. Well, thank you very much for that.
Oh, love it. Thanks, guys. This is why I like to comment while I'm not even by my screen. Get my instant feedback. Okay, Jules said what?
Jules said we should probably put Devin, the almighty moderator, in the World Anvil author world. Yes. Actually, Devin, if you want, because I am working on a lit RPG book, which means there will be moderators in the game that are there to like settle disputes between players. There could always be a mod named Devin. I might have to do that.
Ooh.
I might have to do that. Only time will tell. Once I get the various playable species done up, I'll let you know so you can pick which one the Devin would be.
Okay, Devin, I finally just got into the stream because I didn't have it pulled up to make sure I was live because it's me. But you are officially wrench wielding.
Devin has more power.
I have the power. Okay. Oh, no, Zoe already turned down the music. Okay. Whew. Now I got to jump over. And to my other tab. How many freaking tabs am I going to have open? Dear Lord.
All the tabs.
No
every
kidding.
tab. Every single tab.
I think I can close down Instagram. All right. I got 3 stories that I want to critique today. Not because, I love critiquing stories just because I get invested in the stories. And then I'm critiquing all these chapters. But then also because I feel like it makes me a better writer. Because I'm like, oh, that's what it looks like when it's right. Or that's what people see. They see my writing. So I know what to do appropriately. Definitely, I feel like it's making me better. But I wanted to actually get some of my outlining done today, which really my outlining is like 0 drafting because I write the entire conversation, but I just have dashes and I'm just like throwing it in there because I get these conversations in my head, aside from the normal conversations that I have in my head.
This project is exactly why I don't outline, because I outlined at the idea for a space opera that I know I will eventually write at some point for NaNoWriMo, but every year, like clockwork, 2 weeks before November, my brain goes, here's a better idea, and it's the one that you should do. And if you don't, you're not going to be creative for a year. We break thumbs. I'm like, okay. Because I've learned to that I have to listen. Like when the muse shows up and it's like, no, this one. Because I don't need her to go on strike. She's nasty and a bit catty, and I just have to do
Jules, dear, because I don't want to play it out loud, does any of your timers have sound to them? Let me know. And did my makeup? Yes, it did. Okay. I threw this on like 2 seconds before coming down here, so ignore me. I'm just using it as a mirror.
Never ignore you. For goodness sakes.
Well, here, just do this and then we can talk. For me, not blocking you. Just want to be clear. Your face can be seen.
As you can ask the hubby, my phone went ding and I went, ooh, Natalie's streaming. Ooh, there's an invite. I hope you don't mind that I'm streaming this morning.
Hey, honey, you're cool with this? Click. Oh, I need to make sure I like it. So what I've chosen, because we're on my channel. I'm choosing first. I'll let you choose next, Charlie. But keep in mind, you want to be invited back, right?
Oh, the shade of it all.
But I chose 15 minutes. The only sound that would be is a wind chime at the end of the. Oh, that's so peaceful. Okay, I'll turn the sound on when I share this screen. All right, so now I gotta share the screen. Share screen. An edge tab, 15 minutes. Oh, shiza. I just remembered I didn't share the time. I mean, the sound, so we won't hear the sound. So hold on. Let me backtrack here. Remove. Nope. We're going to stop screen completely. Share screen. Listen, I'll get back, okay? This is what happens when you do intermittent streaming, okay? Bear with me. I did it again. Oh, my God. I'm moving too fast. Okay, slow it down, honey. Slow it down.
Just breathe. Breathe in, breathe
And I would just
out.
close out of the whole freaking tab. I'm going back.
Hello, Bonnie.
Bonnie! Dear, how you doing? Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized. That is a much better. Okay, I was trying to figure out how to angle this. I still can't do it the way I want to. Maybe? Yes. I'm using a tripod with my phone, and it sometimes doesn't work out well. Don't judge me.
Oh, but I judge everything. That's kind of my shtick.
Yeah, if you equally judge everybody, then you're not being.
Yeah, I'm not singling you out for judgment, but my reading room never closes, at least in my head. I've learned not to say a lot of it out loud, but the reading room is always open.
Okay, so now I'm going over to this. Oh, wait, that reminds me.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yes, Devin. Devin says someone should make a timer with Vincent Price's evil laugh at the end of it. I'm surprised Laura hasn't done that yet. Like, just
okay.
not to like call
I
out
am
Laura.
clicking share audio this time.
Like, I'm not calling Laura out. I'm just saying that just seems like several of Laura's like Halloween themed timers. I'm surprised don't end like that.
Yeah. Oh, you know, if anybody wants to recommend a timer, let Devin know, and Devin will post it in. Because and like it's funny because you just say Devin, oh, this obscure thing that you'll probably never find. Here you go. It's like, how did you get it? I didn't even finish the sentence. So I made sure to put the sound on this time. And yeah, so you will hear the chimes at the end of this. If you don't want to hear the chimes, just mute it. It's fine. I won't be offended. And you can't hear my music in the background, right?
I can't.
Okay, so we turned it down enough. I got like this ambiance, no copyright music, but I feel like I work better with sound and stuff. But I do like chimes and such to let me know, hey, we're done. So with that, we are gonna sprint. This first one is 15 minutes. After that, it will be Charlie's decision because I am a fair host, but I am also a veto host.
Shock and terror.
Only because I know that you would totally do 60 minutes and no.
Yeah, I am a bad person like that. I
can't
really
talk. I can't not talk to people for that long. I talked to myself in that amount of time. Either way. All right. So y'all ready? Well, I'm not going to wait the 10 seconds for the chat to actually say ready. So we'll go with it. All right. And 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Or go. Fine. We'll go with go. Oh, I love the chimes. That is so peaceful. That was beautiful, Jules. Bravo to you. For anybody wondering, this is Jules's sprint timer. And actually, I'm trying to jump around here to make sure I cut the stream off. Not myself, stream. Okay. And not the whole stream. I meant the streaming of the screen. All right, y'all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that is the dawdling rider, also known as Jules. That was her timer, one of the many timers that she has created. And I kind of like celestial skies. I really want to live in the country. Like, my ideal is to like live in the mountains and have just a beautiful view and no light pollution, be able to actually see the sky.
This is where a lot of people need to learn to make a distinction between living in a rural environment and living in the country. I live in the in a rural environment. I would love to live out in the country, like nobody around, nobody.
Yeah. Yep, no beeping. It's a little nicer. I don't like the startling beep beep. Makes me think of like a, hey, put your pencil down now. And I'm like, dude, it is not that serious.
I'm not saying that you're calling me out, but since I've been doing the bibbity beeps because the timer I'm using lately doesn't have a sound.
Oh no, your bibbity. Okay, bibbity beep is different than beep beep
no, I
beep.
know what you're talking about. That evil, what I like to call the evil Time Lord timer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my husband and I had this conversation because like our washer and dryer and our fridge has this beautiful, like, because our fridge beeps if you keep the door open too long, and it's this beep,
that's
beep,
amazing.
Beep, and it's almost like musical to it and stuff and very peaceful. Our oven is like beeping and screaming at us going, get your food, I am done, get this out of me. I'm like, good God.
The hubby got us one of those Japanese washers, so it sings a song when you turn it on. It sings a song when it moves over to the rinse cycle. It sings a song when it enters the spin cycle, and it sings a song when it's done. And it's got this happy little like "I've done your laundry" song that it plays at the end, and it's just like only the Japanese would make machinery this awesome.
So I did just see that you resubscribed. I'm not even going to blame you. You probably were subscribed because Charlie had a situation where they were trying, they know they subscribed to my channel, and then YouTube was like, guess what? You're not. So Charlie resubscribed.
It's been a really big problem lately because I know who, especially like people I've streamed with that I'm subscribed to, because I open the chat so I can actually type in chat. And so I have to go to your channel and I see like, okay, subscribe. And then I load it up sometimes and it's like, unsubscribe. Would you like to subscribe? And I'm like, but I
am. Wait a second. Yep. Aw. Internet died for a solid 5 minutes.
Ooh.
Well, at least you put the chimes in so you know what they sound like.
True that.
Abigail says, hi, Jules. And I feel guilty for not feeling guilty. That's Ayana. Is that what we agreed on the pronunciation?
I believe it is
Ayana. Okay. See, okay, I will be honest. If I ever beta read for anybody here, which, by the way, I love reading, I just have to beta read because then it counts towards my wording because I'm critiquing at the same time. That is my life now. I can't read for fun anymore for the next 11 months. But if you don't have a pronunciation list, I'm taking your J name and just calling the person Jim. That's what I do. Don't worry, I'll keep straight the characters, but don't be alarmed if I type in my responses, be like, so Jim. Oh, damn it. Backspace, if I remember. So, aw. Subscribe for the first time today. Good. Okay, because I will be honest. YouTube hates me. Yesterday I had 139 subscribers. Today I woke up to 137. And I like to think it's not because I posted a video of my planner, which it was just me saying, hey, I love this and I want to share it with y'all. But apparently it made people unsubscribe. Or YouTube said, hey, they don't like this content and unsubscribed them for me. So we got Abigail's chilling in her pajamas. I would be doing the same, but I had to change my pajamas because it's laundry day and they need to be washed. And Abigail, of course, says, Charlie! It's Aunt Charlie. We don't go by first names. Or Mama C. Which actually kind of sounds like you're trying to say Mamacita, which is okay too.
I've been trying to foist BB on people because that's technically the non-binary version of auntie, but like nobody's biting, so like I'm good. I just like it because it sounds classy. I don't know why.
I used time to clean up a bit since I got here. Oh, please, you're fine. Hey, if anybody's been watching my vlogs, I just did an overhaul of my entire house. My mother, if you saw on Instagram, my mother just went out and totally helped me like reorganize the kitchen and everything. And I'm at peace now. I didn't realize I was carrying stress with all the clutter, but I'm at peace now, and it is wonderful. Because God, but I'm so thankful for my mother. But it kind of sucked because so I didn't get much writing done while they were here. And which is fine because families here, priorities, and I talked about how I want my priorities to be in a better place. But my parents would stay up until like 10 something, and then they would sleep in till like 7:30 or 8:30, whereas I had to get up with Spencer. Well, me not wanting to get behind, they go to bed at like 10, 10:30, 11. After they go to bed, that's when I got my words in. So I didn't go to bed until like midnight. And then Spencer wakes up at like 6:30 in the morning sometimes. So, and then during Spencer's nap time, when I would normally nap when that situation happens, my mom's like, oh, let's organize the kitchen. Oh, we can organize this. And I'm like, yes, I want to do these things, Mom, but this is my nap time. But it's okay because while they were here, I would like accidentally crash on the couch because I'm the type of person where I'm like in the recliner and I'm relaxing and I go, oh, this is.
Yeah, not that person. The hubby over
where's
there.
My husband is probably like you, Charlie, because you said you're not that person. That my husband is like, he starts feeling comfortable and he goes, oh, time to get up. Let's go. Like he goes, does something so he doesn't fall asleep on the couch.
I am the great
that
sleep fighter. Oh, it has nothing to do with willpower. I hate sleeping. Just like every fiber of my being just despises it because you never know what Sophie Turner is going to do to me next.
Hey, Sophia Turner gave you a book cover idea that you were able to knock out, and it looks fabulous. True. Did you want to share with everybody?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you'll do a reveal on your channel.
Yeah, I haven't fully announced the project yet. But I was so excited because it was such a random thing to do this morning.
So all I'm going to tell everybody is that the cover is gorgeous, and it came to Charlie in a dream.
It did.
Via Sophia Turner. Thank God. or any deity that you go for. And
I don't know why she haunted my dreams last night, but I am thankful.
Hey, I'm thankful too. So, but totally, I recommend make sure you're subscribed to Charlie. I will make sure to put Charlie's channel in my description at some probably maybe the next sprint, so that you can subscribe. Or hey, Devin, you're here. Do me a favor, link Charlie's channel, please. I swear I'm not trying to order you around, but I know you're good.
It's really easy. I'm because I got to do the custom thing, so it's youtube.com/CE Dorset. It's really easy to find me.
Ooh. I haven't had a chance to do that yet. Like I tried to go in and it was like, no, you're not cool enough yet.
But when I hit 100 subscribers, for some reason, YouTube decided to dead name me for a month. Like it automatically changed my name to my old name and wouldn't let me change it back. And I'm just like, but I didn't change it in the first place. Like you can't change your screen name more than once every 3 months. And I'm just like, but I didn't change it because you can change your URL. Like, I didn't change it. They're like, sorry. I'm like, but that's not my name anymore.
That's not my name. Oh no. Well, I'm not monetized, so it doesn't matter if I sing along.
Okay, Jessica, it's BB, B-I-B-I is one of, there are a lot of things going around for the non-binary for aunt uncle. I like BB. BB has been making the rounds. Nini has been making the rounds,
Ooh,
which is
Nini.
also kind of cute. There are a couple alternatives that have been pulled up, like Avant, which I despise.
Avant-garde.
Somebody went back to the original Latin because aunt and uncle come from the same Latin root, and tried to make a gender neutral third one, and I did not like it.
Aw, Kat, you're still sick?
Oh no.
Well, I'm glad you're still, hopefully doing better. I would stick with water. So anytime you're sick, there's the brat diet, which will be bananas, rice, applesauce, or toast without butter. I'm sorry. But if you can keep those down, and also you can throw in saltine crackers, but if you can keep any of those down with water, then you're allowed to move on to the more complex food items. Sorry, I have nothing but nurses and such in my family, and I'm the only person who did not go into the medical field in my family. Thank God.
I can just imagine you as a doctor.
But for anybody in the chat, Abigail did get Charlie's YouTube link, and Devin one-upped her by getting Charlie's book link in there as well.
Well, thank you.
And I hope that you feel better, Kat. Something that Jessica chimed in on that Avant, it seems a bit extreme.
Yeah,
I agree. I do think we need other words, though. Whose stream? Oh, it was on Zara's stream this morning. They were talking about how they is now where we've grown up in an age where it used to be plural, and now kids growing up are going to also realize there's a singular version of they. And I find that interesting. I didn't even consider that, and I kind of wish that we had another word, but let's face it, other languages are better at us than some things, such as, like, isn't it Icelandic has like 14 words for snow, whereas we just have snow.
Singular they goes back to the time to before Shakespeare. Like it's a very old concept, and we actually look and see why it went away. It was basically the proto women's rights movement that are when it started in the mid 1600s. There were actual papers written saying that singular they needed to go away because in all true languages, he is the appropriate assumed gender of all people because only he's do things, and that's where why the singular they went away. And if you remember growing up when everything was he this he that, but when it was ambiguous, that's why. But yeah, it was everything has there's a secret agenda behind everything. But yeah,
I'm posting up these tips for Kat. For anybody else who watches this in the future and isn't feeling well, these are some excellent points of, hey, don't drink orange juice because the acid is going to make it worse. And ginger ale is definitely a good option as well. If you can keep water down, I also recommend getting electrolytes, whether it's through a probiotic or something, because you're trying to replenish your fluids. And so those are kind of helpful, but you don't want to jump into those without knowing you can keep water down. And then, oh, wait, we're getting more. So the battle is continued. Abigail will come back with Charlie's IG account. I swear, I'm not going to have to write anything in the description after this. Everyone can just click what they need. Ooh, word has a zombie book and Monty Python werewolf mockumentary.
that sounds amazing.
Oh, please tell me someone says it's just a flush wing somewhere in there. Oh, that's an interesting. There is Eskimos and Inuits. I thought they were the same. I didn't realize it was different. I thought the correct term was Inuit, and so we're no longer say Eskimo. But I admit I'm very sheltered at times when it comes to the proper terms. But they have 50 words for snow. Why do I feel so inept? I can't. This is why I was just editing this entire sprint and not writing. This very reason. Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, Devin extended an olive branch and linked to Abigail's book, which the cover is great on Abigail's book. I love the creature, and I can only comment on the cover because Abigail's book is on my TBR list, and it's sitting in my Kindle right now.
I feel bad, but like the only things that I can read right now are like weird nonfiction books because I've been reading the Tao of Aquinas, which is a great book, by the way.
Yeah.
And things that don't have plots because I'm not capable of remembering plots right now. I've learned that. Like I'll read a chapter in something, and then I'll go do something. And I'll come back and I'll be like, "Where in the world was I?" And I have to read it again.
Yeah.
Because my brain is not remembering plots, which is fun because I got a book to write.
Yeah. Kat, I'd say you're doing the exact right thing, which is to have like soup, broth, and dumplings. It's going to help keep fluids going on and replenish those fluids. So,
Yeah, I hope you get feeling better.
Abigail said, no, it's supposed to be about Charlie, not her.
But everything is secretly about Abigail. Like every one of my videos is secretly about Abigail.
Bothers me when people write he, she, when they is so much nicer to read. Yeah, he or she is just a mouthful. I'd rather people just write the word they. I know if you're going for word count, he or she is 3, whereas they is 1 word. But you want to make sure you're not getting tripped up.
Yeah.
Jessica Williams brought up, it's been a struggle to learn the singular they, and sometimes it still trips her up when reading, but the land of struggles is small potatoes. Yes, I can relate to that. Like when I'm getting hung up on words, I'm like, you know what? I can jump this hurdle rather than someone else jump the hurdle that they're dealing with. You know.
In one of the books that I'm coming out next year, it's going to be so much fun to see what happens because there is a non-binary love scene in it, which gets very interesting because it is extremely NB in every possible way. So,
oh my gosh, can I be one of your beta readers, please? I need this in my life.
Definitely.
All right. Abigail one-upped and decided to throw in Devin's IG.
And yes, I agree.
The book place said, Charlie and I need all of you to read The Importance of Being Earnest by Oscar Wilde.
Because I am married to Mr. Malaprop. Actually, I think they made it into a movie. It's very short. It's only like 96 pages. It's a really short book. It's really, really funny. And it is one of my favorite books of all time. And it's copyright free. So because Oscar Wilde went to whatever bitchy place he found to go to after death. All I can say is the afterlife is really fun right now because Harlan Ellison and Oscar Wilde are sitting there cutting people to shreds. And yes, that's a scary reading room. But like Oscar Wilde and Harlan Ellison found each other in the afterlife and are just sitting there like reading the world for filth right now.
The library stocked with Poe and Lovecraft, which seem like rainbows and happy days compared to the reading room.
I don't know if you heard the hubby, but he said a library stacked with books by Poe and Lovecraft would seem like a happy sunshine rainbows thing compared to them sitting around reading the world.
Like, yes. And for anybody who's wondering, Charlie's hubby usually cannot hear the conversations happening, just Charlie's side. And today, Charlie was able to turn on the speakers. So we get the hubby's comments every now and then. It's like having a third unseen co-host going on here.
I keep threatening I'm going to put up a hubby cam.
Just have a backlight for I can't say it.
Be like Todd in the Shadows. You just be the person
distort his voice.
Oh, that would be great.
Oh, okay.
So fun.
Alpha Luna's Omega's rejected rogue cousin, and the she-wolf has to quest through a world. Why is this so hard for me? Through a world with what?
Flesh-eating bunnies and butterflies.
Yeah, what's the word before that? The were chihuahuas.
Were chihuahuas.
Why was that so difficult?
Can I just say,
in my defense, I haven't talked about how little sleep I have gotten. I'm just saying.
After steeping in all of the Omegaverse drama that continues to go on, because oh my goodness, I can't believe it got weirder and worse. That is like the healing balm that I need on the burning sores that I have in my mind.
Ooh, Misha's on a nonfiction kick at the moment. I like to read fiction at some stage, but I'm stuck in editing mode. It feels like.
Oh.
Yeah, it happens. I do like nonfiction. Oh God, what? All I heard was alpha.
Yeah, he said the only thing that would be better is if the were chihuahua was the alpha.
Oh, well, that's the way it normally is. I knew a Jack Russell Terrier named Bear. That thing was in charge of the Rottweiler, of the German Shepherd that was all hanging around the crowd. I'm just saying. All right. Oh, Abigail threw in the Discord link.
Thank you.
I
feel very, very empurpled, even though my lights haven't changed yet.
The Importance of Being Earnest was a movie. I know it's sacrilege sometimes to talk about the movie, but listen, the movie exposes the book, and that makes many people go and get the book. So I totally support movies.
Let's see, what I was trying to remember,
even if sometimes they suck.
Because Rupert Everett was in The Ideal Husband, but there were rumors that he was going to, which is also an Oscar Wilde story, and there were rumors he was going to do The Importance of Being Earnest, but I just can't remember if he did or not, because in my head, Rupert Everett, especially at that time period, is Algernon from The Importance of Being Earnest. So I don't know if he actually played him or if I just visualized him as Algernon from The Importance of Being Earnest. I don't know which it is.
Oh. So real quick, Kat's making some bread.
Woohoo!
But with store-bought dough, but I don't blame you. You're still making bread. That's pretty cool.
And
then I'm going to do a fast track here. Devin posts your nano site. Abigail posts your coffee. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. And I think that's where that battle is at this time, unless Devin's come in. Medium.
Are you happy? Does this need to get redder? Are you happy now, people? Are you happy?
I can't handle the love.
The unblushing.
Mediums, memoir, Harlem, and Oscar's commentaries. Remember, that's a mouthful, but I love memoirs. Like I read Carrie L's memoir, I read Dick Van Dyke's memoir, I've read George Carlin's memoir, I've read God, who else? I read Michelle Obama's memoir. I got Julie Andrews' memoir on my list. So.
Oh, Julie Andrews.
Oh God, we just got all right. But butterflies are already flesh eating. Technically. Love making bread. All right, hold on. Where chihuahuas? I love it. It's like Draco got bitten. Oh, Jules has to head off, but I'm glad you came by, dear, and that you made the timers because I plan to use another one.
Okay, someone may have just found a reason for me to start writing Harry Potter fanfic again.
Yeah. So, yeah, other people will leave. Oh, wait. Here we go. Devin threw in your Goodreads page. Abigail threw in your website. So with that, Charlie, since it's about you, how long do you want to go? to
I
not
don't
do
know.
30 minutes.
2025. I like a good 25.
25?
Um,
Okay, let me go to the sprint
That-
timer and
That's like
move
my
the-
first sweet spot before we get to 45 and longer. And 45 is a bit.
But honey, I can
great.
tell you we're not going that far.
Yeah. So.
All right, Emmy. Come on, slide. Okay. All right, I'm at 25:08. I gotta share my screen real quick. And I'm going to share the audio this time because I learned my lesson. And I'm also, it's good that it's 25 minutes because my son was knocking on his door to let me know he's awake. Bless his heart. He's so sweet. All right, so this is our second sprint. You know, I should actually put up a banner at some point. 2 seconds. Wait, that actually says third sprint, and that is not.
And says, "Oh, and unicorns are the most evil creatures in the world." Sounds like the world of Orla
if
and the Murder
unicorns
Rainbow.
existed, I would imagine them being assholes, just because usually like the most revered people things usually come across as assholes because they think they're entitled.
From
I know.
Okay, ready for the timer?
Ready.
All right. Sorry, that was as close I could get it without going over. So ready, 2, 1, go.
Go.
I wonder if I didn't select audio on that. Okay, imagine a chime went off.
I'm bad at it.
Ooh, I like that one. So that just makes me think of.
There's the chime.
Yeah. That makes. Yeah, my kid. Wouldn't that be awakening? It makes me think of the cable guy with Jim Carrey when they're at medieval times, and he's like with the jousting sticks and stuff. Yeah. Sorry. I always think of those things. I like movies. What? Well, tell her to drop it. Lilo, drop it. Drop the ball. Good Lord. Uh-huh. Funny. Okay. His laugh is cute, though. I will give him that. And then he sometimes has this laugh when I'm like, sweetie, what are you doing? Okay. What did you get done in that time?
I am creating fantasy races for the setting that I'm working on because there are going to be 5 playable races in the story, and one of them, because it's me, had to be cephalopodal, and then I got into like a whole thing where I'm like trying to figure out how the species works, and started like reading a bunch about how chromatophores can actually sense light, so that they would actually be able to detect light and shadow over their entire body, not just with their eyes. And I'm like, oh, that could work out really interestingly in a story. Like, think about it. You're down in a crypt trying to find some hidden treasure, and like your entire body can tell light from, it's sensitive to light and darkness, and can also detect variance in color. Like, you would really
so
be
you
able
could feel color.
Yeah.
Hear color.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm very excited about that. I'm going to try to cut this short because I think I've got enough written about them as a species to move on to the next one. Because I have 4 more that need to get made up. Like, one of them is a stand-in for generic human because, you know, you kind of have to, but
yeah, sometimes we have to like kick ourselves in the butt and be like, all right, we've done enough. Like, we don't have to have every detail.
Yeah, I can always go back and add more, but I need to know enough to write. And just because I'm being a jerk to myself, I'm not letting myself do like, well, because they're basically playing a magical MMO. And so technically I could just be like, and that's the elf and the orc and the dwarf, you know, but I'm not.
It's kind of like with my first book, because I didn't do an outline, what I did do is whenever, ignore what's going on behind me, whenever I was done writing for the day, I'd write like a quick sentence or two about what was going to happen next. That way I didn't have to be in this state of rereading and being like, wait, where was I? Where did I leave off on? And I kind of liked that, doing that.
I have a fairly good idea of where I want the story to go, because basically, because I'm in this novella kick, each novella is going to be basically their progression up and through like one of the dungeons in the game. And each one is going to introduce more of the story. And then each collection or season is going to be an expansion of the game. So once they actually get to end game, there may be some stories after that, and then the next expansion hits the game, and that's the next book, you know, collection for it. Because I'm really into this idea that just like possessed me. I can't stop.
But it's so nice to get the muse bug. I mean, like, I'd rather be in a state of like, oh my god, I gotta write this down now, than a state of, what the fuck am I supposed to write? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. And so I'm hoping to get as much of this done as I can during Nano, but like, because some of the people that are here actually know this, I'm trying to have a playable version of the game available before Nano starts. So I'm basically writing a module for the Cypher system so that there will be a playable version of the game before November starts. So I will know the rules and stuff. And then after November, I will actually be releasing a cipher version of the game so you can play as well. So you can either read the book, play the game, or both.
I vote both. Yes,
So,
both.
and there's a possibility I may be putting together something on my site where we will be live streaming with some people playing.
Oh my god, that would be so cool. Combining all of it. Spencer, get down.
I'm very excited about this idea. Like my channel is going to fundamentally change because of this in a lot of ways. Like I've already started working on a game trailer. Like that's going to be my announcement video, is I'm making basically a game trailer for the game. And yeah, I'm really getting obsessed with this, and I love that feeling because it's been a while. And
oh yeah, like when that passion, the muse is like on your back. Is the monkey on your back? Like
yeah. And the thing that makes me happy is like I'm like watching everything in the story very carefully, because last time this happened to me, I wrote a trilogy about a pandemic, and then I couldn't release it because we actually had one. So I'm like following the story like really carefully. Like there's nothing in here that could ever possibly happen, right? Like
yeah. I feel bad for anyone who has done recently, like the ones that are released, that's different, but done recently a like mass bad pandemic thing.
I have
like
three novels and 4 novellas sitting back that are just not unpublishable for a while. So
all right.
My life.
So in that time, I also got distracted, as people saw, with my dogs, because they're cute sometimes, just like my son. Then I was able to finish critiquing one chapter that I started in the last sprint, and I was able to finish this time. And then I was also able to get my son up, give him some milk, which he, of course, hasn't finished yet. Wasteful. And then I got onto Instagram because I was looking for Weird's photo of the new hair dye job, and yes, it did come out darker, but I like it. So actually, my exact words are "love it," but I didn't want to scare her. I don't want to scare her off and let the entire chat know how serious.
Oh my goodness! Yes.
I'm just checking. Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Yes, love it. Absolutely love it.
And since we've been going on, I actually don't have my hands full because my oldest, right over where my finger is, sort of, yeah, pretty much behind this hutch-ish, she's on her phone. Yeah, we got her a phone. We're those parents now. I didn't even get one until I was 16. I bought it off eBay. But also, Melanie said a pandemic found its way into her YA dark fantasy, but she's not going to count it because it is part of the good versus evil battle. Now, pandemic with a final battle, like, that makes sense. For me, like, post-apocalyptic, that's when it gets...
I feel like it was opportunistic because the books were going to start coming out like right when, like my plan was to start releasing right when lockdown would have happened. And that felt wrong, like just wrong. So that's why I held back. And 2, having lived through one, I think I need to do another rewrite, not like a full rewrite, but like I have life experience now that will augment how some of the characters act and react. And now I know I need to put people in there that, like, while monster diseases are literally killing people in the streets, are going, hey, no, everything's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's fine. Because,
As What a Wonderful World is played satirically in the background by Louis Armstrong.
Yes.
Did you get that message in the sprints and invites?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure you got it, and we'll.
Oh.
Yes. So we'll reach out after the stream and such. I mean, you can comment in the stream.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to say it out loud. All right. So Devin is on it. There is OK Weirds Instagram, my Instagram, which actually is probably not listed. I usually have this like list of like Facebook and everything. And then oh wait. All right. So Melanie started with the funny thing about monsters in the background is that I had a beta reader tell me I need a physical monster thrown into the mix. Oh, what fun. Technically, you know what? It's your story. Because that is the hardest with my first manuscript that I did. There's no physical antagonist because she's going to therapy. It's in her head. She's like her own antagonist, really, in a way. So maybe an antagonist event is what happened to her, and that's kind of what's put her in therapy in the first place.
I have not really written like final showdown stories in a while. Like there are clearly villains and stuff, and there's definitely moments of like victory and whatnot, but as far as like I have not been writing like a lot of like antagonists, like that kind of an antagonist in my stories lately, and I don't know why that is. I just find it. So I get what you're saying, like just like no, it's a condition, it's a state, it's a something else is the problem that needs to be overcome, and not necessarily a big bad that gets fought at the end.
Some of our other comments. Yes, Devin is the unofficial author too. And you know what? Let's make it official. We'll just make it official.
Definitely.
Don't forget Giant Meteor 2020 stories.
Yeah, I know. I did edit that out. Like that's the only part of this story that I've actually published on the website is I re-edited that to take out the date. And I took out the pandemic. But I did that story is actually up on one of my websites.
Someone knocked on our door, and of course Lilo thinks she's protecting us from Zoe's friends.
That's how doggies are. That's how doggies do.
Okay. Never mind. Nobody was at the door. All right. Back to this. I'm jumping around. Well, I at least edited. I'm actually, you know what? Because we don't get to do this often, and I know you, Charlie, you don't get to do it except during your vlogs on your channel. How's my wordy going? Give me numbers. Make me jealous.
Give you numbers. Well, my numbers have not been like amazing this week because I've been doing a lot of artwork.
But your overall number is still amazing.
Yeah. I'm trying to get it.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, sweetie.
Yeah, I'm trying to load, dang it. Okay. So with what I did yesterday in here, let's see. I am currently, and remember, and I feel like I have to say this every time because my numbers have been really good and people are like, wow, you're killing it. And I'm like, yes, but remember, I only agreed to do a half mil wordy, but so far I'm at 165,222 for the year. For September.
Which means you were over what you even need for, I mean, hell, that catches you up through like, that's 2 months worth.
I'm looking at my table. I'm averaging 3,000 words a day. Which
and for Milwordy, I think it's 2,600.
2,741.
Never mind. Samsonite. I was way off.
I've got my table up, or like right in front of me, which has the actual target on there. So, I'm actually in range for getting a full Milwordy, which is freaking me out.
Well, and remember, I have 3 goals, and the middle one is the real one. Actually, technically, I'm shooting for the top one, but I'm okay with the middle one. So the middle one could be your 500,000, top 1 million, and then maybe a life happens goal, as I call it, which would be it would be 250,000,
Yeah,
which you're already really close to that.
yeah, I've been getting like a crazy amount of work done for this, that, and the other thing, and
Mhm.
I am counting in here some projects that are not. I'm not really going to be talking about on AuthorTube because they're not AuthorTube relevant. But I've been working on a lot of stuff and getting to see the numbers. Like, it freaks me out every week when I do the numbers because I don't pay attention to them so much throughout the time. I just like throw the numbers up into the
It's a
chart.
watch pot never boils. You don't need to be too focused on the.
Yeah, I just throw them into the chart, and then at the end of the week, I'm just like, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Holy crap! I did stuff. Okay. But yeah.
And for me also, I've had like secondary goals where I'm like, you know what? I am going like in month 1, September, I was doing a lot more critiquing, and I'm trying to do percentage wise less critiquing compared to all my writing and editing than I did last month. So that's kind of like a secondary goal that doesn't affect the numbers. And I feel like that's helped me a little bit, having those little goals.
I'm really curious to see what this turns into like next month, because I just know how my brain works. Like, even years where I told myself I'm not doing nano this year, I will get to November and my brain's like, how do I write words? How does sentences work? Because I've done it for so long. Like that. So next month is going to be interesting for way too many reasons, but I have high hopes.
Well, draw energy from the meteor flybys and on the November 14th and 29th.
Yeah,
dude, I am the master of segues. Like, my segues in writing suck, but in conversations, I'm like, well, that kind of ties into this.
All right. That worries me so much.
This is why I was able to get so many one-liners.
Oh my goodness! Like, both Emma and I have written about basically the events this year. For this year, like, we put it in our stories for happening in 2020, and both of our stories culminate with a meteor strike in the fall winter.
Ooh.
And we're both just like sitting back going, we're gonna make it till next year. We're gonna make it till next year. We're gonna make it till next year.
Oh, please.
Like,
please. I want y'all to have skills in writing, not skills in future and control.
Though I
don't even know what you
have
call
to
it.
say, though, I think we do need to start the Psychic Writers of the Apocalypse Club. Like, I think that needs to be an actual official thing. Like, I may change the name of my Discord to that.
Oh, so
amazing. I love that.
Cat Leo does have to get a COVID screening test. Really? Because of puke? Okay. It bugs me, but at the same time, we're all quarantining, and if taking a test will ease your mind and others,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of the obnoxious thing that me and the hubby like freak out about all the time, is like, well, technically, like, everything is a symptom because it's doing such random things to people.
Mm-hmm.
So, hopefully. But
here's something. So Mercury is in retrograde right now until November 3rd.
Thanks so much.
And then Devin chimes in saying, I'm worried about November 3rd.
Yeah.
And all I want for Christmas is 2021 from MM Word.
Agreed.
Oh, dear Lord.
Like, I'm just at the place where, like, thinking about next month has been very hard for me for numerous reasons. One, November, with Nano, what am I going to get written? Then we have the election.
God, I feel confused with Nano.
And then, like, my birthday is next month, and nothing good ever happens to me on my birthday. Like, this has been 40-some years in the making. Like, I know this. Like, November is the month of tragedies and nightmares in my family. Like, so I fear November every year. I think it's one of the reasons why I got so wrapped up in Nano when it started, because it's like something I can look forward to.
Yeah, something positive in November, but then you still have to deal with November.
Yeah. So I have the concerns. But yeah, Mercury being in retrograde, that makes so much sense. Almost makes me wonder
I still
what
need to open up CoStar, the app, and see where I'm at on that.
What is my horrible? What am I supposed to be doing today? Like, my personal favorite one is the other day I was having like a depressive dysphoria day, and I opened it up and it said, "Stop being so full of yourself." Just like, oh my goodness. Okay, fine.
I actually kind of enjoy it when I'm reading my horoscope, and like for me, as I've been able to promote in my career through the years, like different jobs and stuff.
Okay.
Should I ask?
I'm not saying that this app actually can predict the future, but my thing for today is try not to think yourself into a hole today. You feel disorganized? Try reading the classics. Maybe sit on your front porch and read poetry. Avoid organizing systems, going to art museums, and movies.
Okay, so don't be like me and organize your entire downstairs.
So
I've actually organized part of my upstairs, but I still got to work on that because I got to get it out.
When you're doing world building, and it literally is like, try not to think yourself into a hole today.
Well, and you've already done that partially because you've not thought yourself in the hole, but kept yourself from the hole because you said, okay, I got enough information down.
Yeah.
It's time to move on.
Like I said, I'm not the biggest astrology person, but this thing, like, it freaks me out sometimes.
Yeah.
Though it does like constantly tell me to just do whatever Devasia says. Like, whatever Great Fry says, just do it. Because she is apparently my guide to enlightenment.
Yeah. Melanie brought up literally using streams to focus on writing and not rearrange her apartment again. Spence brought up that the last quarter of the year is the most chaotic and stressful in her life. I could see that. Like for me, like both of my kids are born in October, but 7 years apart. And so they're both born in October, and then it goes into a steamroll from there. And my husband's born in September. So like actually September onward, there is something every single month financially.
Tomorrow's somebody's birthday.
Yeah, it's just a lot.
And then a couple weeks later, mine.
Full Moon and Mars are rising together twice this month. That's right. Yep. On Halloween, we will have a full moon, but I think it's supposed to be a blue full moon.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be a blue moon.
Yeah. Blue moon. I don't even know the rest of the song. I just know that little part. And when I sing it in my head or out loud, I'm always imagining the three mice from the movie Babe. And I'm just saying, they were one of my favorite characters in that movie because they're like, the duck that thought he was a pig. You know, like they're just so snarky.
My biggest problem with Babe is, like, in my head canon, and I can't fight it off, Babe is the prequel to Star Trek First Contact. Like, that's what the farmer is secretly doing in the other room as he's building the Phoenix. Because, you know, he's got that secret project going on throughout all of Babe that they, like, don't like what he, like, does with his time. Yeah, he's secretly Zephram Cochrane, and he's over in the silo building the Phoenix so that he can meet the Vulcans for the first time.
That's funny.
If my mind can find a way to bring it back around to Star Trek, it will find it.
Oh, for me, my husband and I, when we watch movies sometimes with actresses and actors that have played in other movies, by the way, the buzzing is not like a weed eater outside. No, that's my husband. He's practically my husband in the sense that he is everything like his father, but he's just walking around and these little discs will spin in it and fly off. Yeah. And he's just holding the trigger down the whole time. Thank you, honey. So, either way, yes, I will throw back to multiple movies Oh, yes.
Yes.
Wear the badge proudly.
Yes. I am. I'm very dyed in the wool. I'm still a member of Starfleet International, and yeah. Like, I am that person.
Well, with that, Charlie, I know this would make you happy. Would you like to do a 30-minute sprint?
If you want
Do
to,
you have time?
I have time.
Now, I am gonna play. I'm gonna grab Mr. Timer because I like a little bit of diversity, and this does have music in the background. So if anybody doesn't want the music in the background, it's not lyrical at all. But I do give Mr. Timer. I actually follow them too. Credit on that. And I'm gonna make sure to share my audio this time because I've learned.
Have you really?
I'm just hearing things getting pulled off in the playroom and it freaks me out. I'm waiting for like crying or something. But actually it's kind of worse if you don't hear crying because then you're like maybe. But my daughter's in there, so I know she would be like, hey mom, Spencer has whatever on it. But I just cleaned in there, so there's no reason anything should be. I gotta go check. I'm talking myself into a.
The panic attack is real. The panic attack is real.
He's fine. Well, the moment you think it over and talk it over more, you're going, "Ooh, wait, maybe," and no one wants that on their conscience of like, "Oh, well, I brushed it off." Like that is to me like one of the worst feelings in the world of like I thought about doing something and I didn't do something. That is such a tough feeling to deal with.
I know that. I know that feeling from helping out with all the nieces and nephews and stuff over the years. Yeah. And some of the house kids, because I don't care how old they are. Oh my goodness, you just broke something in your room and you're going to die now, aren't you?
I never liked this. I made sure to like Jules.
Actually, I think it's either taking likes down or it's letting people like things multiple times because I've noticed.
Oh, like, yeah, because I've used this a few times and I'm actually subscribed.
Because I use music videos for inspiration, and I will go back to a music video and it will not be liked, and I will know that I liked it like literally the day before.
Wow.
So I don't know if it's
on YouTube. You're drunk.
I don't know if they're dropping off or if it's just letting you re-like something again after a certain period of time or what. I don't know.
Yeah. So Monty brought up, honestly, when it comes to too much silence, there isn't much difference between children and pets getting into trouble. Little boys are rubber balls of doom and destruction. Yes, because I can tell you, my daughter, I didn't know how easy I had it with her until I had my son. I'm like, oh, this is it. Mom sins cannot be refused. Yes, it is the itch you can't scratch. It will get much worse if
I'm just saying, you need to turn that into a book. Like that needs to be like a children's book. Like think about all the kids that would buy the Rubber Ball of Doom and Destruction book. Like that's their superpower. Like they just get the ability to like bounce off of walls and like destroy things.
Oh my gosh.
Kids would go crazy for that.
And then at the end of the book, he sees the mess he caused and just sees the mom or dad or both like cleaning it up and they decide to go help.
Yep. Like I'm just saying.
I just like heartwarming endings. If anybody listens to my anthology, yeah, that's me. It's the heartwarming like moments.
That is just like the setup for a really good kids book. I'm just saying.
So Melanie, to make sure she shared she would choose boys over girls any day if she had kids. Yeah. Having both is interesting because right when he is going to be a little bit crazy, he's a boy and he's a rubber ball of doom and destruction. Is right about when, because they're 7 years apart, is right about when my daughter is going to hit those teen years and scream at me, "You don't understand," or something as she slams her door. So, yeah, it's Girls, easy at the front end, difficult during the teen years. Boys, difficult at the beginning. Just got to keep the refrigerator and pantry stocked during the teen years. That's my theory. I'll let you know if it plans out well. Spence says she'll add it to the list.
I'm just saying, like, the moment I saw that, like, I could see it on the bookshelf and, like, parents reading it to their kids, the kid, like, just looking through all of the picture books of it. Like, it feels like a franchise.
I could totally see, like, Rubber Ball of Destruction, the way I'm imagining the color palette and how it would. First off, I'm imagining a red ball for some reason, even though the ball itself would be the kid, like, forming themselves into the ball, is how I imagine. But you remember the movie Drop Dead Fred? When he turns himself into a ball? That's what I imagine. And yes, there's another throwback. I'm showing my age.
Oh, honey. Don't even.
I'm also showing that I probably watched movies that I shouldn't have been watching as a kid. A lot.
That's called my childhood.
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm trying to remember some of the movies. Well, I watched Jaws at age 5. That was a mistake. Big mistake. Dirty Dancing same time too, and now I just hate Dirty Dancing. I've tried to like it. I'm just worn out. I swear. It's just one of those, it's like a Nickelback song. It's been overplayed for me.
But I've had the time of my life.
Oh yeah, no, I love the song and everything, and I think always back to it, and I do. The clips of it are momentous. Yeah, sure. But sitting down and watching the movie from start to finish, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm nobody in that situation. Yeah. All right. Well, it smells like I got a diaper to change. So I'm going to go ahead and start this timer. Welcome to my life. It's great. Though I told my husband, since I'm going to be traveling with work and stuff in the future, I was like, hey, you know, it'd be really cool if you potty train our son while I'm gone. Pick my, as long as when I come back to actually stay home, potty train our kid. Was that a kitty I heard?
Yes, she doesn't understand that glass is not a magic force field that I can make disappear so she can get the bug on the other side. And she's like looking at me like, bring the force field down. I need the bug.
Did you fix that little best segue ever, as Melanie said. Did you fix the little where the cords are that she liked to lay, the little hidey hole?
Yes.
Okay, I was curious about that.
Yeah, I got that clear. I got that fixed because that was very upsetting.
Yeah.
Like, there's not really room for a cat back there, but that's never stopped a cat before, ever.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, let me go press play. And this, I think, is going to be our final sprint. Even though technically it doesn't have to be because my kids are fine. I could just use sprints, and hell, I could also just turn my camera off and walk around and make them food and stuff while we still chat. So it really doesn't matter. It's not like my husband's sitting there going, I'm trying to watch the game. Yeah, that's the only time. But either way, okay, 30 minutes. Ready, sit, go. I thought there would be a chime. There usually is a chime. Guess I was wrong, but it's okay. I like Mr. Timer, personally. So, well, I was able to realize that I don't have 5 chapters, shoot, what is it called? Outlined. I actually only have like 4 outlined, and right now I'm going back and changing just 1 or 2 things in the outline and making sure I put titles to it because I do like titles to my chapters.
I am happy to say that I'm actually at the point where if we were to think of this, actually, visual aid, if we're thinking about this as a game book,
ooh, show and tell.
I'm actually now writing this front matter that it's like the text that gets you into the story and starts explaining the world and like here's where we came from and this is who we are and here's all of our high-minded greatness that you're then going to destroy when you actually play the game. But
I can't help myself. I break pots.
What did the peanut gallery say?
Oh, he said, I can't help myself. I break plots.
Just happens. Gosh.
I'm very excited. So I get to write all this nice, like the hardest part of this is I want it to feel like a game of a certain era. So it's very tricky to like get the wording right. Like, welcome to the time of wonders. You know, like
yeah.
I've tried to like not.
I feel
I'm not
like
necessarily
your
writing
books. If you did a voiceover for like your books, or even a Spencer, can we turn this down? Or even a like a book trailer with a voiceover, so many people would be hooked.
Well, hopefully that'll be the case because I'm planning on doing a lot more video content for this.
Yay!
Like that's the direction the channel's going as well. This is author to
along with the podcast, along with the stream, Spotify.
Because I feel like a lot of people are writing like how to write this, how to edit this videos, and doing a lot of stuff like that. And like I want to just talk about what I'm actually writing. Like I went, not to be like all me, but like
it's your channel. Who cares?
We're gonna be doing a bit more.
We're there for your content, whatever you give us. See, Spencer's for it.
I'm having fun trying to make just like the trashiest game trailer. Like I found free music that I can use for it that is like that boom 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 drum beating like game trailer music.
Nice. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah,
dun,
yeah,
dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. I'm just so happy about all this, and hopefully other people will be as well. We shall only time will tell.
We got a wild Haley that has stumbled upon the stream. Stephanie is in the process of rearranging her index cards to make sure the timeline works, because I know she's in the middle of her second book and it's getting a little more problematic than what the first one was. But I know also, I didn't post it up, but Cat Leo's roommate is not happy about Cat having to get a COVID test, and she blames that people aren't following. You don't need to laugh at me when I get the English language messed up. Following regulations and guidelines.
Yeah.
Which I understand. I know the whole time my parents were here, my mom and I went out twice. So, yeah, I see.
Just to keep from getting yelled at by the peanut gallery, with the exception of a few car rides, I really have not left the house this year because I don't want any part of this.
I don't go like at all. Like when my husband's here, he does all the shopping. He does cooking. Like he goes and gets gas. He usually takes our daughter to gymnastics. And I feel trusting at the gymnastics place.
Like
what
the
are you
point
doing? It's like I have
because
eyes
like
in the back
not
of
to
my
make
head.
this all about the plague, but like I live in a county that has 40,000 people in it, and over 1,000 people have been confirmed to have had it.
Oh my God, were they hanging out at the same bonfire?
Like one out of 40 people in the county have had it, have been confirmed to have it. And that doesn't include people like the hubby and I, who we know we had it because somebody who did have it went to a party that we threw in January before we knew too much about it, and contacted us through because they were doing their contact tracing to say, if y'all have any sickness, I have this new thing out of China because I was just there. And like, oh yeah, we're all sick. So that doesn't even include any of us. So like that number is actually
my family. All of us had allergies. Like, and we knew it wasn't COVID because apparently COVID doesn't list anything with the nose, like leakage and constantly blowing your nose or anything. So we're pretty sure it was allergies on our case. It's just it happened with all of us. Then we have so Melanie. The story beats outline will transform into chapters outline, but not right now. She's done with the work in progress. Oh my God, I can't speak. Till now. Work with that.
The thing that has me
my God.
with the Nano project is this is the first book I think I've ever tried to write in first person. I am limited. I've limited myself doubly. I'm only going to have one POV character, and I'm going to be writing in first person.
Ooh,
and
what willpower!
I am nervous.
But I like those challenges and stuff, dude. Yes, I know. What, you want the blanket? Okay, I gotta give up my blanket.
Well, because of the meta nature of the genre, I thought it would work better as a first person.
Yeah,
story.
But at least that's the mark of a good writer. Someone who like thinks as they're writing. I'm not saying a plotter is better than a pantser, but someone who thinks about it and be like, what would be good as I do this?
And I'm just very nervous because this is not like I don't do first person.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me that actually wants to do the thing that I despise most and try to write it in first person present tense. And I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Hey, do you mind reading off the
comments?
Comments and stuff. I know I'm kind of high up in the StreamYard, but
I can do that.
Yeah, because hubby just called me, so I kind of need. But I'm not.
I understand. All right, so let's see. Where are we? Oh, yeah. Okay, the chapter outline. So Cat Leo says, I am about to have to wear a effing mask in my own damn house. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I haven't heard it doing a lot of like stomach things though. So that just feels like it's not that, but I don't know what strain of the flu is going around right now. So I don't know if that's like hitting people mostly in the stomach or not. I don't know. Vixens of Fiction, who I have to say every time how much I love that screen name, got 6 pages. And that's awesome, Melanie. I agree. That is awesome. Yes, I agree with Vixen. Kat, I hope that your test comes back negative. But yeah, cases are going crazy right now. And I see some thank yous and some back and forth. Let's see. Writing right with Melanie says, I'm waiting for my state to go on lockdown again, or at least my county. See, our governor and his wife got it, and they're still like, it's not real. So, and I'm just like, okay, then I just need one reporter to go up to the governor and say, so why was your wife in the hospital? Like, if it's not real, if it's still, because he's like still on the hoax tip, And I'm just like, if it's a hoax, if it's not real, why was your wife in the hospital? Like, could you just, were you beating her? I'm not saying that the governor was beating his wife, but if she was mysteriously in the hospital and the cover story is a fake disease, according to you, like, I'm just getting fed up with it. Haley says, yeah, American cases are rising so much. I think that's a good reenactment of that emoji. I hope your test is negative, Kat. I agree. I agree. Kat says, thanks, Vixen. I'm hoping it will be negative too. Getting it tomorrow. Haley says, my state is pretty good, all things considered, but still, yeah, I live in the center of the country and everything is like bright red. Like when you look at the spread charts, like people around here are stupid. I'm just putting it out there. Like they just don't believe science. They don't believe truth. They don't believe anything. Like I am shocked when I find people around here that aren't flat earthers. Just saying. Stephanie says that, yes, that's correct. Okay. Vixen says your brother was working at a hospital in San Antonio. I'm glad that he got stationed to another army base. Wow. And I agree with right with Melanie. Yes. Your brother's service is much appreciated. That's amazing. MM Ward is writing an intense battle scene. Those are so much fun. Those are so much fun. I love doing that. I'm actually trying to figure out how I want to write battle scenes for this thing, because I've read the genre before, but I've never written it. And I don't want to just copy the way other people write it. Like I want to make it my own in some way. And yeah, that's tricksy for me, because I don't want to stray too far away from genre conventions, but it's such a new genre that I don't feel like the genre conventions are laid down firmly. Like I don't feel like they're firmly established, especially in English, because it's still fairly new in the English language. So, and for anybody who missed that earlier, I'm writing a lit RPG story because I'm kind of obsessed right now. And Devin says, I'm dreading Christmas shopping with all this going on. Yeah. All that. Stephanie says, doing all orders online this year for the holidays. Yes. And I feel sorry for brick and mortar stores. Like I am one of those people that I love shopping. I love going, like, I don't like leaving my house, but like you get me to a trashy mall that's got like all the stores. I will go to every store and we will look at all the pretty things and maybe even buy some stuff if I have money. Like I love to shop, but I don't know how many are going to survive all this, because things are getting weird out there. Right with Melanie says, I've been in a handful of stores since mid-March, and half of those stores were gas stations. Sorry, just the way you worded that, it made me giggle. I liked it. Other than that, we've been doing curbside pickup and going through the occasional drive-through. Yeah, same. Because I just don't want to go in anywhere. Like, I just don't. I don't want to see. Penumbra says, trying to reenact your emoji. I hope you're enjoying. I am almost done. Yay, and love for Devin. Devin is awesome. Let's see. Right with Melanie says, it is strange that I am looking forward to not going out of town for the holidays this year. I'm sorry, is it strange? No. First of all, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I am a hermit. Like if I could just have a house up on the top of a mountain where all I get to see is like clouds and things down below, like, and no people except for maybe the hubby would be grandfathered in. Maybe. Depends on his attitude. I would do it, but yeah, I am really looking forward to just having a simple holiday season this year and like really getting into it. I mean, like decorating the house and just like making my own little Christmas special here for me and mine. I'm really, really looking forward to that. But yeah, I'm kind of glad that I don't have to worry about going to visit people. Kat says, I have to check your bread in a minute, but the roomie has a friend over. A friend or a friend?
Woohoo noises. Woohoo noises.
Oh, stop with the woohoo noises over in the corner. Goodness.
Dear Lord. My husband's talking about driving early and such. And I'm like, I don't care. If coming home 6 hours earlier is worth paying $100 for a hotel, if it's worth it to you, fine.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll make it work. But either way. Thanks. I was listening the whole time, by the way. Thank you for reading on. I knew you'd be able to handle it.
I may or may not have done this on numerous occasions.
Like so. Well, it was already the Charlie channel the moment you came on. Anyways, so what I need to do is give you my password and sign in.
Oh, I have enough to do, honey. I
don't need your stuff.
But if you'd like to do a guest spot on my music show, that would be fun. We can talk about like favorite bands and songs. And
yes, because I remember you and I talking about music when we were in the Discord that one time, and all the music. Charlie is a champ, according to Melanie, and I concur. And actually, I feel like champ it's like no adjective or noun could expand the awesomeness. Like even awesome is an understatement.
Okay, to completely deflect from this, if you're a fan of either Stone Sour or Slipknot, Corey Taylor has a new album out, a solo album.
Oh!
Yeah. It's everything from like 80s rock to like country, blues, hard rock. Like it's basically all the other stuff that would not fit on any of the other bands stuff. And I've been listening to it and it's really good. But kind of a fan.
By the way, I was talking to the kid when I said, what do you want? Not you. You're fine.
But I'm kind of a fan, so I'm very happy.
Oh my goodness. So that works.
Like I will say the opening track, Highway 666.
Yeah.
I will definitely be listening to a lot.
Nope. Do not pull stuff down on your head, please.
Because it's basically his own version of Crossroads, of the Crossroads Blues, but with original lyrics.
Yeah.
Devil coming for Corey Taylor. And that just makes me...
I got a puzzle. Oh, this is a Peter Pan puzzle. Okay. Which is a very twisted story, might I add. I haven't read it. I just heard all about it. And they're like, oh, yeah, that Disney thing, it's not that. And I'm like, what is it?
No.
I was so naive.
I love Peter Pan. Like, it's one of my favorite books. And I always get mad because Tinkerbell is such a horrible bitch in the book. And I love her so much. Like, she's constantly, like, cutting people and ripping their hair out and just saying the foulest, most awful things to them because she's just a hateful little thick critter.
Oh my god, I'm not clapping. I am not clapping for her.
I love her so much. She is my spirit animal. Like I
like if we didn't like ignore when people cross lines and just like brush it under the rug, if we actually go, listen here, you are not. Oh my god, what? I'm not opening that.
I aspire to the levels of shade that Tinkerbell actually achieves in the books.
Z-snap. Son,
and
wait, can you hear the bag?
Yes.
Shaking? Okay. I'm sorry, everybody.
Oh, it's fine. And I have to say, all of Captain Hook's like murder fantasies are some of my favorite parts of the book. If you are a fan of Peter Pan and Rupert Everett, like if you haven't noticed that I'm a fan of Rupert Everett, there is an audiobook where Rupert Everett plays Hook. It's a full cast audiobook of Peter Pan where he plays Hook, and him reciting all of Captain Hook's murder fantasies about Peter Pan, because most of Captain Hook's scenes in the book are just him and Smeag having murder fantasies, like, and then we could kill him this way, Smeag, and oh, wouldn't it be great if we could do these terrible things? We're going to kill them in this way and that way and the other way too, and like just like ranting and ravings of a lunatic. I love it, but there are reasons I'm messed up, and Peter Pan may be on that list.
If you take what caused this, there is yarn between push pens.
Oh yeah, it's definitely on the murder board.
Of.
It is definitely on the murder board because I read Peter Pan before I saw the Disney movie, and I watched the Disney movie, and I was like, "What is this? Like, this is way too joyous."
It's like when I find out about like Cinderella and stuff and the chopping off of heels and toes and stuff. I'm like,
Peter Pan had a fling with Wendy's mother before, like when she was like he tried it before with Wendy's mom.
Because in the Disney Peter Pan 2, it was Wendy's daughter Jane that he snatched up.
He's obsessed with this family.
I mean, it is like The Graduate with magical world building.
And they also cut out the Lost Girls because that's something that never makes it.
Yeah, they never brought the Lost Girls.
Yeah, because you do see Tiger Lily. She usually gets. I think she's in the Disney movie.
Want a cookie?
But Tiger Lily is the like queen of this like group of lost girls in the book that are just utterly fabulous, and I love them.
More? My son's signing to me, and I don't know, like, he's doing this. And I have no clue what that
It's time for me to start writing my own book, Mom.
Because I know, like, this is clean.
Yeah, that's clean.
This is dirty.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know what this is. What?
See, that just makes me think of, like, you know, but the child's too young for the bitterness to truly seep into the bones.
Give him time. Oh, that was someone brought up I think you'd love Lost Boy by Christina Henry.
Yes.
Is that a book?
Yes. Yes,
because I was also singing the song of that really slow piano song about the Lost Boys, and God,
and
it came out
Peter Pan
like
is a creeper. I am like low-key obsessed with Peter Pan, and like I have read and watched so many movies based on and inspired by.
Well, it's like me. Anytime I see a different rendition of like A Christmas Carol, I at least want to give it a chance. I still like the Muppet Christmas Carol, but that's also because I like Michael Caine.
Yeah. But Peter Pan and Oz are like my jam. Like I've read
the Oz versions, because there was a Netflix one that was like computer generated, and then The Wiz. I love that one.
And don't forget Tin Man, the sci-fi original movie.
Yeah. With Zoe Deschanel in there. I thought that was cool. I like that rendition.
Like, so because of my love of The Wizard of Oz, a friend of mine a couple years ago got me a very not safe for work Dorothy that the creator of Spawn made.
Wow.
It's back in my office. It's giant. It's like this big. Like it's huge statue.
Oh my goodness.
Like I would love to have it behind me, but I would have to mark all of my videos adults only because it's a very
I like my videos aren't meant for kids, even though I don't ever cut. Oh wow, cough. I felt something catch my throat. I thought it was a cough. Even though I don't cuss or anything on my videos, I don't know why.
I just, yeah, I don't, not for kids, but I don't think it needs to be age gated. I don't think my stuff.
Yeah, I don't specify only 18 or older. I just say not made for kids. But yes, there is a lot of Wizard of Oz inspired stories out there.
Many. There are so many, and there's about to be one
Weird
more.
said low key. Anybody else? The sci-fi version of Alice in Wonderland. What was the sci-fi version?
Oh, what was that one called? See, I like Alice in Wonderland a lot, but I get into arguments with people about that so much I rarely bring up Lewis Carroll.
Yeah, the thing that I don't like, and this is just by my, and I will be completely honest about this, that when it comes to Alice in Wonderland, I'm very obtuse. I just liked the Disney version, face value, funny, haha, Tweedledee, Tweedledum, the story with the walrus, and then of course I said cuckoo, cuckoo every time I would see that, and so all that in there, and then to find out it's actually a metaphor for government or different types of government, and I just was like, no, that makes me think too hard. I'm done. I'm out. I'm taking it at face value.
If you take it at face value, I'm just saying I am the caterpillar.
Which, by the way, I thought Alan Rickman made a wonderful caterpillar.
Alan Rickman makes a wonderful everything.
Yes, he does. Because one of my favorite Alan Rickman characters is in Dogma as the voice of God.
Yes. Yes.
Comedic timing in that was just awesome.
Speaking of which, it's almost Christmas time. It's almost time to watch Die Hard again.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh, yes. Actually, I have Die Hard with a Vengeance, or I think it's saved on my DVR, because I watched Die Hard finally. It had been years. Finally watched Die Hard, and I totally understood what everyone's making references about. And I watched it with my husband. So now I'm like, hey, let's watch the next one. But of course, we can't watch it in front of the kids. One kid in specifically who actually remembers things these days. So I was like, I want to watch this other one. Well, we don't have time now. So it works. So we have some references to the novella Emeralds to Emeralds, Dust to Dust by
Shannon McGuire.
Yeah, a queer and dark and amazing.
Yeah, I kind of know her a little bit. Yeah, it's a really good story.
When Alice was grown up and it was just called Alice. I love reimaginings of like things that are almost embedded in our culture, like especially Shakespeare, I think is a good one. Because let's face it. Okay, hot take. I might hate some people. Might hate me. I don't hate people, but people might hate me. I hate Shakespeare. I don't like it. I think it's outdated, and I think it's a whole bunch of old people I know. I think it's please don't pretend to grow up. I think it's a whole bunch of old people that are pushing this idea of I went through it and you must understand the references and stuff. And so it becomes perpetual. We keep on doing it. Now, I will say, just along with the Canterbury Tales, Beowulf and everything, for the time period, it does stand great. It is not funny, Spencer. Please stop. He's going, and I'm like, this kid, segue, hold on 2 seconds. Pause story of Shakespeare. Jump over here. This boy, I'm taking my daughter to get a physical or something, and I have to take him with me and my daughter. It wasn't that big of a deal. I didn't mind single son. It wasn't that big of a deal. But my son, because of my husband, thinks it's funny to cough. So he's sitting in the waiting room going, and then looking at me, waiting for me to laugh or something. I'm like, no, and he's like, ha, ha, ha. And I'm like, no. He's like, this is not the time. And so I made sure to tell my husband right home. I was like, your son, honey.
Yours, not mine. Disowned.
Oh, yeah. It becomes your son in that situation. That is the choice of words. He will always be my son, which is why I don't say SOB ever.
There's no need to call yourself out.
Exactly. I mean, everyone knows anyway. So with that, Shakespeare. But I do like modernizations of Shakespeare, where we take the ideas from Shakespeare, like with Othello, which there was that movie with God, what is her name?
Wow. I can see her because she was in 10 Things I Hate About You.
Exactly. And then I was going to name 10 Things I Hate About You. Starts with an S, maybe. She was also in Born Identity and stuff like that.
Yeah, she was in the Born Identity. I can see her face as clear as day. I think of her name.
There's 10 Things I Hate About You, which was Taming of the Shrew. Then there was a few other ones where it was, and I even like even the modern Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. Even though they didn't change the language much, it still kind of made more sense. Julia Stiles, thank you. That's where the S I was getting from. Weirds got us covered. But that's my stance on Shakespeare, is that I am all for reimaginings, but don't shove, like, pretty much make us at this point in our evolution of the English language, don't make us relearn a language just to get the wonderful story, which it is wonderful stories if you take it in basic English, the elevator pitch and stuff. It is good stories.
To me, I think what happened was when we started removing, and let me get to the end before people start like projecting everyone.
Please, I already said I hate Shakespeare. It can't be worse than me.
When people, I think when we started taking the Bible out of school, we wanted a cultural touchstone that we could rely on. And Shakespeare was the secular equivalent that was put in its place because of all of the moral lessons. It, like the King James Bible, gave us a lot of our modern English language and idioms that we use. And so it was already had a cultural cachet to it. And it became that thing whereby we can discuss where the language came from, where the idioms came from, and various morality lessons without having to go into a religious context. And I really feel like that's the way Shakespeare gets used a lot in American schooling.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's an interesting
thing.
We
started to rely on it too much. It's starting to become the common thread. Which, by the way, why couldn't we just go build off of Aesop's Fables? Why couldn't that be our Shakespeare that it's taught, like that every kid reads? Because for me, I think it was 9th grade. It was read out loud, Romeo and Juliet, and you're counting the number of paragraphs until the teacher's going around the room gets to you, and so you try to reread your paragraph and hope that you don't mispronounce any of the words. I know how it is. What, do you want to go to bed?
But I do love knowing how to curse in Shakespearean English, because nothing stops an argument faster than when you look at somebody square in the face and call them a bawdy rabbit suck, and they don't know how to they just don't know. They don't know how to respond. Like, they have not been prepared for that.
So I've neglected the chat a little bit. Word brings up how the love of Tin Man, and had a friend who wrote a book called Dorothy that was more like a dystopian zombie apocalypse Oz, with the cowardly lion as a reluctant shifter and the Tin Man as a homicidal robot. What are you doing, son? Freaking me out, man.
That's interesting.
That's an elevator pitch. All right. Maybe the caterpillar, but okay, weird claims the walrus. Give me those sweet, sweet oysters. Yes. Oysters I love, because when I was pregnant with both of my kids, I couldn't have seafood, and I like seafood. I really like seafood.
Same.
Can I?
I don't know that I could formally go vegetarian or vegan, but I could go pescatarian. Like, you just give me things out of the sea and nothing but things out of the sea, I'm fine.
By the way, I'm not waving my hands right now. This is all him. It's awesome. Okay, can I have one hand? Thank you. All right. Supposed to have a white Christmas watch party for today, but it got canceled due to the weather. So sad.
I love
I
White
do
Christmas.
like Bing Crosby.
I
That
love that
voice.
movie.
Sultry voice.
And wasn't it him that did all the movies with Bob Hope, all of the like adventure movies? Wasn't it him and
Possibly.
Bob
Oh my god, please don't fall.
Because like and all those.
Oh, bye, Melanie. You probably already left. I'm sorry. I just now got to it. Yes, Ward, hashtag blame daddy. In my defense, I actually know the coughing on command thing is his dad. So funny. All right. Never liked Shakespeare, but never read any of the comedies, which my friend recommends more than the others. I will say I did enjoy Twelfth Night, mostly the movie Twelfth Night.
If you are a fan of retellings of Shakespeare and you've never seen it, you have to watch Were the World Mine. It is a queer retelling of A Midsummer Night's Dream, where Puck gets the ability to make the entire town queer because he's tired of because he gets gay he gets gay back and changes everyone's internal inclinations, and it is an insanely touching movie. The relationship between Oberon and Titania that they do in this is so interesting because she becomes frigid to him because she suddenly is no longer into men, and they're questioning themselves. Like everybody starts questioning themselves. The music, they turned it into a musical on top of everything. And
oh my god, you had me a musical. Yes, sweetie.
They used the Shakespeare. They actually quote plays, but through song. So every time they go into quoting the plays, it goes into music, and they sing the actual Shakespearean text, and then it goes back to being like normal times.
Well, at least you got your lyrics in there. You just have to put it to song.
It's brilliant. It's beautiful. The music is phenomenal. It was a low budget movie that came out. What was that, like 10 years ago?
Yeah.
But so good. It's so good. And it upsets me when people don't know it because I forget, like, every queer person I know has seen it, not just because I forced them to, but because it like made the rounds for people my age. Like, oh my gosh, you have to see this. But outside the community, like no one knows this movie.
I need to. Do you want to put the name in the chat or?
Yeah, I'll do that. And actually, let me see if we can find a trailer for it real quick too, and I'll.
Yes, I would totally share the screen. So going on, we were talking about Save the Last Dance because Julia Stiles, and that was really good. Devin brought up first, and okay, weird, agreed. Brought up Macbeth, with Lady Macbeth allowed to continue her original character arc. I could see that, like wanting that kind of. There's some things that should have had like a second companion novel play. Aesop's fables were considered paganism. Oh, I didn't know that actually. I just throw fable and I think like it's a child's story and that stuff. And Ward does want to see this movie.
So I just found a trailer and
Sweet.
Yeah.
You're going upstairs.
Once.
What?
I was trying to get it to let me type in the chat, and then it wasn't showing anything, and then all of the letters showed up at once.
Well, I was gonna say.
I just popped it into chat, except for I don't think I have search, so it may not have shown up.
Oh wait, should. Here, type something into chat so I can make sure to just type something separate.
Give my hi.
There we go. Yep. Okay, now you have the wrench power.
Woohoo!
Sorry, dear.
So hopefully it showed up.
Waiting for it. There we go.
But
Where
I
the
love
world?
this movie. I love this movie so much. Like, it's sweet, it's romantic, like the plot feels like it should have been problematic, but it isn't. And then of course the whole plot of the play is they're putting on a Shakespeare play. They're doing Romeo and Juliet, and it's just it's cute.
That
it's
makes me think of
heartwarming.
a Midsummer Night's Dream where it was a play within a play.
Yeah.
At times.
It's cute. It's heartwarming. The cast is wonderful, and
well, if I give the channel credit, I wonder if I can play it on mine.
Jace has been showing trailers in his streams.
Okay, well then I'm gonna show a trailer. Let's just make this a thing right now, and all watch it together. All right, share audio because that would be important. All right, let me turn the volume up a smidge. 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and let me make sure it starts at the beginning.
I hate the sound. It's not that bad. Try looking at it through my eyes.
I'm so proud of you, Timmy.
My name's Timothy. Oh, Timothy. Timothy.
A Midsummer Night's Dream. Auditions are Friday.
Not an actor.
All the world's a stage.
We fairies that do run from the presence of the sun like a dream.
My spice. Heard your audition.
I think he wants you.
I think he'll say kick my ass. Good point. If you could make someone love you, would you? I'll apply to your agenda.
Aw, nasty.
How many people are in this town? I've got people to change.
The mayor made the shocking announcement that Kingston would start issuing marriage licenses to any couples in love.
What about family values?
We have families, we have values.
Think of your friends, your family.
No!
I am not a lesbian.
I'm in love. No, you're not. Is everyone gone insane?
Why review? Give him the love, yes. They breath so bitter on your bitter foe. On your bitter foe. Are you okay? We're the world.
I
Oh
love
my
this movie.
goodness!
I love this movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was just so awesome. Even though you said turn the whole town gay, I was like, when it actually happened, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, and it's so great because he just gets mad and he's just like, wait, I have a flower that makes people
Wave
fall
the
in love.
flower
I'll buy
around.
him. I'll buy him.
You get a boyfriend. You get a girlfriend.
Yep, it's so good. It is so good. And the drama that ensues, the soundtrack is amazing. I listen to it all the time.
It sounds good. Fine, I'm not opening that. It's not happening.
I feel it's a great shame that it never became a bigger thing.
Yeah.
Now and then we'll share memes, gifs from it on social, and nobody has a clue what they reference. And I'm just like, oh.
You know, it kind of I like this comment. Drunk Cupid on a bike.
Yep.
It kind of makes me think of, and someone is going to know the title of this movie, and I saw it once, but all I remember is like took place in New York. I want to say it kind of dealt with the Vogue setup in New York, like in the 80s, I think it was. And the thing that interested me was, all I remember is Macaulay Culkin was in there and he played a drug addict. I want to say he also yes, that movie.
No, you're thinking Party Monster. That's not the. I don't think that's
okay.
I don't know that that's. What was it? A murder movie, or was it? Because Party Monster is a murder movie.
Oh, I don't remember murder.
Because you're thinking.
But also, like, I mean, I saw it when I was pretty young, so.
I know the movie of which you speak. It is on the list.
Yeah.
Because we have the technology.
Yeah, that's why I loaded up the thing, because I'm gonna find it. Because I know it's been somewhere.
But I'm so glad we got that. Oh, I love those little things. There we go. Okay, thank you, Devin, for that, by the way. I was trying to handle that on my end. All right. What else was... Yeah. What else do you got going on?
Saved.
Writing.
Was it saved?
What?
The Macaulay Culkin movie?
Oh, yeah. No, I remember Saved. No, I remember Macaulay Culkin being a drug addict, but it was probably Party Monsters, and then I just forgot the rest of it. Really, Spencer? He's lugging around his little toilet, which, by the way, he doesn't use that toilet except as a stool to stand on to get where he wants to be. And if I put him on a toilet, he's traumatic for him, and I'm not gonna do that to him. It'll happen when he wants it to happen, and apparently not when I want it to happen. Whatever.
That is the way.
So, you got your world building done. How much more do you have to do?
I'm basically my goal is, because I'm basing the game in the Cypher system. It's going to be like by this weekend. I've got a lot more to do because I'm bringing in things from other games that I want to like reference in there. So there's going to be clans like in Vampire that people will be a part of. There's I have to write up the history of my version of the Warriors of Light because I want to make a bunch of Final Fantasy jokes in the story. So I need my own version of the Warriors of Light, because they're in every Final Fantasy game. Like, I have a to-do list of things. I need to finish all the write-up on Orla, the Goddess of Murder Rainbows, because she is the most fully fledged character in the thing because I'm obsessed with her. Just like completely obsessed with her, and I'm glad that
I thought you were talking about Orla Hart for a second.
Oh no, okay, so I'm working on the Goddess of Murder Rainbows.
Which, by the way, is a famous title. Famous as in a like beautiful, great title.
And I saw Orla in the chat, and I was like, "Hey, Orla, can I name the Goddess of Murder Rainbows after you?" And she was like, "Yes, you must do this."
Wait,
you don't understand. We're talking about murder rainbows. Yes. And I was like, okay, done. And so, yes, my Goddess of Murder Rainbows is named after Orla, which is why I was like, there definitely has to be a GM in the game named Devin, just cause. like,
yeah, I'd say, of course. And you can even like change it a little bit, and not the exact spelling, but still have the thing there.
I think one of the stories I kind of want to do is I want them to get accused of hacking the game, and I want an actual game one of the game GMs to show up to adjudicate. I need to name one anyway, and I was like, I might just pilfer a name. I'm just saying. So I've got a bit more. what needs doing. And it's because like I said, I want it to be basically playable before the first, but it's going to get fleshed out a lot through Nano, because basically I'm going to be going back and forth between writing the story and doing the world building. Like I'm going to discover it with the player as we're going through things. As he enters, I'm not gonna say it. I'm excited. But I've got a bunch.
That's the hardest part, is like I get excited for my books and stuff and I want to talk about it, but I don't want to be too public about it, because I mean, you also, things change as you write, so you don't want to get it like one thing out there and then be like, oh yeah, no, that changed but also
I've been building a website. Scary. Yeah, because I've been building a full website for this, and I'm sitting here like I like have it up over here for inspiration, because every time I'm like, so what am I doing? I just look at the pictures that I've been making, and I'm just like, oh, I want to play this game. Like, because I'm wanting it to basically be the site for the game, like that the characters would have used and whatnot. So I've like, I have all this stuff and I haven't shown it to but a few people.
But that's
and my really horrible hex map, which I absolutely love. I'm so excited. I am thrilled for this insanity, because I've never done anything like this. And the biggest question that I have when you ask, like, where am I? Like, the biggest question that needs to be answered before the first, for me, is because I'm going to do this as a web novel. Do I write and edit this chapters like together so that it's basically coming out in virtual real time? Or do I get a novella finished, edit, and release? Like, I'm not sure how real time,
I like the idea of finishing, then editing and releasing, because like that's kind of what I'm doing with my current novel as I'm doing critique corners. I'm releasing, but I've done a whole edit of the whole thing. Then I incorporated my mother's comments, because she practically almost helped me write it, because I would always argue with her. And she's like, well, I think the psychiatrist would do this. I'm like, really? My character, you don't think they would do this, Mom? Really? My character. And then I had to tell her she was right, because the characters talked to me later. Reverse psychology, I tell you, it's a doozy. But after doing that, now I am editing just barely, like reading it over before I post it. And I still get people commenting. I mean, like, there's one of my critique partners. He just puts the little emoji with sunglasses on, and I know immediately it's because he found me writing Tor words, which is apparently the UK spelling, and in America we say Tor word without an S. I'm British and I never knew it, I guess, because I did the wrong spelling of gray too another time. He politely pointed it out.
Yeah, I have that problem because I read a lot. Most of the people that I read are British, and so I see a lot more of the British spelling of words than I do the English spelling of words.
Yeah.
So I do have problems thereabouts. But
so Kat said she recommends that if you want to do chapter at a time, write several chapters ahead and have those edited. Yeah. I kind of like that, because if there is going to be a change, it's usually close in chapters, not like end of the book and you're like, crap, I need to change the beginning.
Well, because I really want to like play off of like my experiences playing both tabletop and MMOs and just general RPG games in, broadly.
Yeah.
Every novella is basically going to be a zone, like them playing through a zone in the world, as you do in an MMO, because this is all the like level 1 through this is the zone, and then, and playing through. And so I might just do it that way. I don't know. I'm This is all so new to me. Like new genre, new POV, new method of publication. Like, why not just do all the new things all at once?
Why not?
Why not?
While you have your Spotify Radio Jockey channel going, your podcast, your Millwordies going, and normal YouTube videos that you post up, and then just random streams that you decide to join on,
and just to bother people like
and you're a small business owner as well. So
and Tom Fink and I are starting a new podcast dedicated to Star Trek that we've recorded the first 2 episodes. I'm going to get them edited. The first episode will be out next week because I'm not doing enough. I'm just not doing enough. Like I have free time and that needs to go away.
I knew it. Okay. I'm writing myself a to-do list off the stream to update the description of the stream to include that I got 2 timers from Dawdling Writer, and I got a link. 2 timers from Mr. Timer, because we're going to be doing another sprint, and it'll be the last one because then I got to cook dinner. This is the downside of the husband being gone. I have these like hard, like, the family's going to eat. I kind of need to get off the computer. And then your contact info.
You're a professional chef. You can go hungry or just make something. Love you.
Yeah, it's okay. I better go there and play anyhow. Stuff.
And I also got to include that link to the trailer as well. Oh my god, I can't write this. Okay, anybody in the chat want to feel better about their handwriting? Wait 2 seconds.
Wow.
I messed up on your name, Charlie, because I said put your info and I started writing your instead of Charlie. So yeah, there you go. And then trailer, I spelled LOR instead of LER. I'm here to boost up everyone's confidence. Hope I succeeded. What is he saying? He's making fun of me, isn't he?
A little bit. He's just over there saying
I can take it.
Recommend the trailer.
Yeah.
He's now obsessed with the word trailer.
I'm kind of into the word trailer. I like it.
Vixens of Fiction, by the way, agreed with Kat on the chapter by chapter, but having multiple chapters.
Oh yeah,
ahead,
I would always want to have a little bit ahead in case.
Having a buffer is really nice.
Yeah, I'm all about having as many buffers as possible. Which
they
is
like
why
that. You're a professional chef. You can go hungry or cook something. Can I get that on a t-shirt? I'm just imagining someone with like a spatula, like, and their hand on their hip talking like that. We would get a cartoon version.
I told him I was doing something earlier
I
today.
agree. With that handwriting, I could be a doctor, but I'm only got as high as master's, and I look at doctorates, and they pretty much want you to do your job. Like a full time student. I'm not quitting my job. I like my job. All right, hold on. The hubby just called me, so I'm gonna start this sprint, and then I'll go talk to him. All right, one moment. was the ending chime that I wanted. Very peaceful. Anybody else singing John Legend, All of You or All of Me? Because that the da, 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 like I was thinking of that song the whole time. It sounded like that to me. Just me. Okay, cool. No worries. I can't sing anyway, so it's fine. My husband's not with me for my
If it
singing
wasn't for Chrissy
abilities.
Teigen, I would know nothing about John Legend. I'm just saying I'm that kind of a person.
All right. So I ended up writing actually between the last sprint and this sprint. Not much because it's only 298 words, but it's finalizing things and stuff. And really, he's excited at least. Finalizing things. Oh my god, that music actually really helped me because I was writing a scene where my mentor and the mentee are parting ways, and the mentor is gonna die. But that I'm not ruining my book because that's like discussed in chapter 2. So the mentor is gonna die because they plan it. It's explained in the book. They plan it, and so they both, since technically it's parallel universes and they're the same person, they both say see you later at the exact same time as they part ways.
I love that.
I love it. It's because it technically that's supposed to be the ending of the chapter. So I was just feeling that, and I was like, you know what? I'm typing the ending of the chapter first. I don't even care anymore. I was like, I need to get this down. And I'm realizing my writing style is I get conversations in my head, and then I need to write the story around the conversations.
I have that happen sometimes, yeah.
Okay, weird. Just rehearsing. Oh, I'm not even on StreamYard. I'm still on. Just rehearsing for karaoke, and she's having her own solo production.
That's awesome.
It makes me think of, it was one of the Muppet movies, but it had Amy Adams in it, and she has little forks. It's like, I'm having a me party with myself.
Yes. I'm debating what or if I'm going to do karaoke. I had originally picked out a song, but then it felt like I was cheating because with my new vocal range that I basically get to talk all the lyrics, and it's a song that nobody knows. So like it would just be like me reciting like really creepy poetry for a couple minutes.
Would it happen to be God? Oh my God! I just had the song. There was this song done by a punk rock band, and he doesn't sing Institutionalized.
No, I was wanting to do The Drowning by Christian Death because it's a nice, creepy song. And I didn't realize until I had started rehearsing it for AuthorTube karaoke that basically my natural speaking voice now is in the range that Rod sang that song in. So I really don't have to do much except for because like that's the only thing that gets outside of this range that
you did that beautifully. It makes me think of if I ever do karaoke, because I tried it one time and I did God, what song did I do? I think it was a duet, and it was myself and a coworker, and my husband's there. He was like, honey, don't sing. And I was actually trying. I wish I could play it off that I was actually trying, and it was bad. But I decided because my handwriting and my singing are both probably on equal playing fields here. If I ever sing, it's gonna be You Got What I Need, or You Say He's Just a Friend, whatever you want to call it. Because that song, the worse you sing it, the better it is.
Because they said that they wanted it to be like Halloween themed or creepy music. And so I did start practicing Lucifer My Love by Twin Temples, but I don't know if people need to hear me singing a demonic torch song. I don't know if that's a thing that people need, but I need it in my life. Like, not me singing it, but like the original version, because I didn't know that Devil Torch songs existed, but they do. So if you're a fan of like 1930s torch songs and you just need them to be all deviled up, that's an entire genre. There's more than one band. There's quite a few of them actually, and they are hilarious because they're sung with such like torch song sincerity that it's just oh my goodness.
I could just hear it warming your heart as you talk about it. Like it, fuzzy.
The darkness makes me so happy. Like you have no idea.
So I'm not completely ignoring you. I just had a thought, like kind of like the mom sense of it was too silent earlier. I had a writer sense of I need to save my work. So I was clicking save in this moment because I was having that anxiety. Oh, my Mo Wordy's doing okay. So, oh my God. Okay, hold on. Kat, no, Stephanie, I was about to click on Kat. Stephanie says she sings enough with her worship group at church, so she's good. It's kind of nice if you can get out your system in other places. I used to do it in my car a lot. That doesn't happen anymore, and my walls are kind of thin, so I don't want to do it in the shower while my husband's home. I'm not prepared for the mockery. Kat's waiting for her dad to call her and plan her stuff to figure out what she needs to do to catch up. That is me. Like my husband gets on to me sometimes because he's like, oh, you're almost done. I'm like, yeah, but once I'm done with these emails, I got to get my to-do list prepared for tomorrow so I know exactly what I'm supposed to do to get things done tomorrow. That's just me.
See, I gave up on once upon a time, like I did like these things, like what are they called? Spreads, where you like plan your stuff out and you know what you're doing. And then I was just like, I don't do any of those. So I just make like lists.
I used to do bullet journaling, but making it big and pretty took more time than the actual like to-do list and stuff. And it was rough. Robin, sometimes I think, oh wait. No. Come back here. Put that up. Charlie, put up your handwriting now.
I'm going to pick a different page just because that was actually a podcast I haven't done yet. But yeah, that's my handwriting.
You're fine. And by the way, that's a little cheating of like, oh, look, a different page. My handwriting's fine because those are numbers, not words.
Actually, let's see. Yeah, you can read that because it's my plan for last year's shows during Nano. But that's my.
Okay, Jedi and the Sith, power dynamic.
Yeah, that's what I did last year for the podcast during November because I had to plan it all out and get it pre-recorded because I don't like doing recordings during Nano.
I don't blame you. Like I'm doing the vlog and that's about it. I sing bad on purpose so that if people think I'm bad, then I can comfort myself with the fact that I wasn't trying to be good. That's like me. I'm like, no, I got my expectations here. So that way, if I meet them, it's understood that I met my expectations, positivity. But if I exceed them, I exceeded expectations. Actually, that's my outlook on life. My own expectations for myself are up here, and everyone else's expectations for me are right here. And then I feel like a failure when I land between these two.
I desire to be able to sing. Like I aspire to be able to sing. But
for me, it's a little peaceful. I'm assuming you got what I need, or it might be the song Charlie was referring to.
Because every time I tell people that exists, they're just like, wait, that's a thing? Yeah, it's a thing.
We live to embarrass our kids, Stephanie. I always sing bad on purpose when singing around my son. He hates it. LOL. I reverse order there, but I realize I should start reading the stuff more, especially for our visually impaired listeners and such. Though, Robin says, "Haha, I think my mom did the same thing when I was growing up. My sister did that." Vixens of Fiction. I sing Disney songs loudly to my daughter.
Oh, Disney songs you have to.
Ooh, and Annie, she had it. Yes.
Like the hubby and I, like if we're having a like rough day and we need to get started, like we will definitely start the day off with a little "Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns." You know what I'm saying? Like, Mulan is the go-to. Like,
I still gotta watch that movie, but I'm so frugal. I'm not spending $30.
Yeah, I'm not paying for the new Mulan until I already paid for Disney Plus. Like,
yes,
get your money from me.
And actually, my thing is renewing because this is how frugal I am. If I can afford to pay for a full year subscription and knock off a few bucks instead of per month, I will do it. And that's what I did with Disney Plus because I was like, all right, I can make it work with the finances and everything. And I say that, but honestly, I live like I just got out of college sometimes. Like my husband and I, we live like we even though I'm the one that works and he's the stay-at-home dad, we live like we're both have like minimum wage jobs because we want to make sure we're okay. We don't want to live outside our means. All right. Yeah. Nice handwriting from MM Word. And then Devin said, Author 2 karaoke will be happening next weekend. Yep. Anyone can participate.
Yep.
Oh, Mulan is one of my favorites to sing, followed by The Little Mermaid and Annie.
Oh, yeah. Little Mermaid.
I'm trying to...
Little Mermaid. I have to say, I'm mad because I will start singing The Sun Will Come Out from Annie. Like that is the like run, hide, Charlie's gonna break something song because I sing it with irony and malice in my voice as like a warning siren to the world. Hide.
That's me. Like, and it's not like warning malice. It's when shit hits the fan and I'm like, this is going bad. I start singing "It's a Wonderful World," but the Louis Armstrong version, and as if there would be a silent montage with that song playing in the background and things blowing up. That's what I always picture it as. Very satirical. And then I wish I could watch The Little Mermaid, but growing up, I was like, yes, be free, collect. First off, she's a hoarder. Okay, let's be honest.
Yes.
All right. And as I've grown up, I've steered away from that. Secondly, now that I have my own kids, when she goes, but Daddy, I'm 15. I'm like, yeah, that's right. You're 15. Stay in the ocean. So it kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit these days. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, and then the King Triton, he's great and all. Like, he's a little controlling, and I don't like that parenting style either. It's just it didn't age well for me.
I'm just saying.
In my life.
You know, it's been a tough day when I come home whistling the Scarecrow song.
Oh yeah, when you come home whistling the Scarecrow song, yeah, something bad just happened.
Oh.
If I
at
only
least he's not coming home whistling the song from Kill Bill that the nurse whistles.
Oh no, I always think something bad happened at the restaurant when he comes in the door whistling "If I Only Had a Brain." Like, oh.
My father-in-law will sing that sometimes when he deals with like people who probably didn't think something through. We'll call it that. Robin agrees with me that The Little Mermaid as an adult isn't as cute and wonderful. And then, oh God, here's another movie that didn't age well. And this is one we don't talk about much. Remember The Brave Little Toaster?
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh, you already know where I'm headed with this. So yeah. I loved The Brave Little Toaster. I think Blanket, as I was growing up, was like one of my favorites and stuff. And I was like, oh, Blanket. I watch it now and I'm like, he's a whiny Blanket. Like, they took the stigma and painted it all over, doused it, marinated it across this character. Yep. It is so annoying. Like, I am feeling more connected to Curtis, I think is his name, the vacuum cleaner that was always grumpy. I'm really close to him. I'm almost close to the freaking air conditioner that blows up at the beginning. But I'm just saying. And then, wait, what is this? The word to Hard Knocks Life is don't get pissed. Homicide is illegal mantra. For a second there, when I read it, right before I pulled it up, I was like, wait, is that one of the lyrics? Because she put it in quotation marks. They put it in quotation marks. And I was like, don't remember that being in the lyrics.
That song has completely, totally ruined me, been ruined for me, because I cannot start singing It's a Hard Knock Life without going into a Jay-Z song.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't.
Here's another satirical song.
Overrode it.
Here's another satirical song similar to the It's a Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong, is singing my favorite things, the red button noses, but now Ariana Grande did her own version of that.
Yep.
So that's gonna get stuck in people's minds. And even the Police with Every Step You Take, Every Breath You Take, or whatever. And then Puff Daddy did that. Of course, he did it in a respectful manner because it was paying tribute to Notorious B.I.G. That was right?
Yeah.
I can't. Okay, thank you. I was like, I was young then. I didn't have everything committed to memory when it came to the rappers and stuff. I just knew the songs and I liked them growing up. So it's all these reimaginings that we have. I would love to see Roxanne reimagined. Speaking of Police
I'm sorry, the Roxanne, again, another song that's been ruined for me. I cannot hear the original one because Moulin Rouge in the middle.
But I love that guy's raspy voice.
Stomps his foot and just starts, like, I hear that version. That is now the quintessential version of Roxanne.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it just tears my heart out. Baz Luhrmann, what have you done?
But I love that the actor's like very raspy voice, and when he goes Roxanne, like I wish I could imitate it. I love the voice, but I understand what you're saying here.
Yeah, like I can't hear any other versions of the song without being like, this was much better in Moulin Rouge. Like, it's just,
Okay, so we got my favorite things, needed when things are ticking Vixens of Fiction off. Yes, they are jacking up the songs with these reimaginings. Then we got the Jay-Z song and Puff Daddy's version of Every Breath You Take. Did Jay-Z? Oh, the Jay-Z song about, yeah. Well, and then Jay-Z did that collaboration with Linkin Park.
Yep.
I think it was.
Yeah, Collision Course was the name of the album that they did, and
yeah. And then actually something interesting was I actually watched I think it was like I love the 80s equivalent show. That wasn't the name of it, but I like these documentaries because it's stuff I remember. And it was really interesting to have them talk about Aerosmith and Run DMC collaborating. And how Aerosmith was like completely against it at the beginning and stuff. But talking about how it paved the way for rap, where in the 80s, most rap was like, it had color, but at the same time, it was listened to people without color in mind. It was listened to all walks of life and ethnicities. So I found that very interesting. I love history stuff, the good stories, not the boring stuff I learned in school. I'm talking about the stories like Abraham Lincoln, when this woman was like, oh God, if you were my husband, I would put poison in your food. And he says, ma'am, if you were my wife, I'd eat it. Those are the stories I need in my life with history.
I'd say it's time for everybody to feel old, because I've been listening to a lot of Linkin Park lately, because this is the 20th anniversary of Hybrid Theory coming out.
It was on Sirius. Hybrid Theory, 20 years, and I'm like,
yeah, Hybrid Theory is 20 years old.
All right. Roxanne from Moulin Rouge loves it. You
Yeah,
guys love it. They're not bad, just don't want to hear it. Can't hear it. Oh, can't not hear it. Okay, I understand that. Well, my husband and I have had this conversation, because I even like Marilyn Manson's versions of Sweet Dreams and Tainted Love. but I also like the originals.
And recently he did a couple more. He did one of Cry Little Sister from
Yes, which Autumns to Ashes, I think, did a version of Cry Little Sister. I think it was them. And I loved their version. Cry Little Sister. I love that song.
And I have to say, for anybody who's a Marilyn Manson fan, I have not liked a lot of the new music, but that new album, oh my goodness, so good. So good. Not what I expected from him, but really good.
All right. I got lost in StreamYard. As you say, Charlie, if anyone's playing bingo, it jumped. All right. I admit when you cannot hear it, but you want to think of the original, but you've heard the other one more recently and a little bit too much, it does kind of ruin it for you because you're like, no, I want to have this memory associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently we need to get you a pulpit, Charlie, and you will shout to the congregation of how the music should be. And we will chant in unison.
That is kind of my day job. So yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Word has strong feelings about Ariana Grande.
Yeah.
She could be the next Mother Teresa and would still hate for ruining my favorite things for sampling that section.
I have strong feels, but I yeah.
Well, it's like for me, I actually like the song Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie. And then, especially because I had, and I guess still do, but it's necrophilia now, a crush on David Bowie. So
David Bowie isn't dead. He just went back to the dimension that he ruled co-rules with Prince. And when
for me, what really got it was The Labyrinth. I loved him in that movie, and that kind of opened my eyes to David Bowie. And then I got into the music and stuff, and like China Girl, I really like that song. The music in the background. He's like, okay, I'm not singing. That's gonna be. I will spare everybody, otherwise they're gonna put us on mute. And
it's getting a little old now, but if you haven't heard it, just search David Bowie version of Enter Sandman by 10 Second Songs.
Oh.
Because he got a full band together to do it, and they re-recorded that as if it were on Enter Sandman, if it had been on Just Dance. Complete with saxophone solo and everything.
Wow.
It's so good. Speaking of, can't hear the original song anymore.
Yeah. So, Robin, you definitely hit her hard by talking about Hybrid Theory being 20 years old.
Yeah. Doesn't that just
Stevie loves Marilyn Manson's version, You're So Vain. I haven't heard that one. I mean, I know the original, but I haven't heard that one. And I still love that song just because if you love it and it speaks to you, does that mean you're the vain one? It's fun. All right.
I can't know who you're thinking about while you're listening to the song, because I definitely have an ex that song reminds me of a lot.
Where was Miley Cyrus's song? Did we talk about Miley Cyrus before? Did I miss something? I know Miley Cyrus did a version of Jolene at one point, reimagining that, which was not bad.
Jolene is such a good song that it's hard to make bad.
Okay, Weird is willing to put 7 Rings back on the playlist, back in rotation. Oh, yes. David Bowie crushes unite. So my friend from high school and I wanted David Bowie. She wanted Billy Idol. And we both agreed on if we ever, like, it turned out we were reincarnated or something. We're like, let's go back in time here. Man, I'm starting to get more people. I was talking about getting off because I gotta cook dinner. I'm doing quesadillas. It's gonna be really quick and easy, but still. All right.
Unfortunately, my speakers are on. The hubby may have heard that. We may be having that too, because he gets it in his head. And
sorry to remind you. Oh, all right. MM Word is dating themselves. Saw part of Isobar, the second concert. Did I say that correctly? On TV. Here's the date, 1978. Hey, but you remember it on TV. I'm just saying, TV existed. I said something the other day about like 1990. And my daughter went, "Oh my God." Like, actually, I think she was like, "Oh, was that like really long ago? Like 1999?" I'm like, "Sweetie, that was more like 1985. Oh, that's right. So my daughter loves Post Malone. We actually do like Post Malone in this family. And of course, Post Malone did that collaboration with Ozzy Osbourne in the Take What You Want From Me. Well, Crazy Train came on the radio station. And so I decided to educate my daughter. And I had a proud moment because I was like, "Hey, Zoe, you remember the guy that did the song with Post Malone?" She's like, "Ozzy Osbourne?" I'm like, "Yes." And I was like, "This is him." She's like, "Oh, when was this made? Like 1995?" And I'm like, "No, sweetie. No,
See,
it was not." I forget what year I told her, but I'm sure I was really wrong. But it was just one of those moments where I'm like, I'm old. Like when I was her age, I thought people in their 30s were old, and now that's me.
I have to say, I think we're going to feel that a lot more just because we not only turned a century, but a millennium during our
God, yes.
Like we can't
Yeah,
even.
like the fact that I feel like I'm
time.
playing the Wheel of Fortune when I'm picking my freaking birth year. My God.
Yep. I know that one.
I missed it. I guess whatever I was supposed to not hear.
Oh, good. You didn't hear it? Yay.
I was too busy teasing Chef because he's cleaning up Chef's wife's art show about him not being a ghost. I was like, "You're no ghost."
Oh, we
Just
did
ghost
catch
and
the
goose.
ghost. We did
What?
catch the ghost again on our camera. Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Oh
We
my
did.
God. Is there any way you can like record that and like plug it into one of your next videos or something? And you froze, sweetie. I'm getting worried. Okay, now you're good.
I'll have to look. I'll have to look into that because I can probably share screen it. But yeah, we've gotten 2 videos.
Well, you don't have to do it now. I mean, I was like, at least because I want it on your channel. We'll tease it here, just like your cover reveal and stuff. We'll tease it here, and then everyone will migrate to your channel and make sure they subscribe.
We have
once
one
I remember
video.
To put it in the
We actually caught. You can hear the 2 ghosts in the restaurant chattering with each other, talking back and forth. Put that on cam, and it's scary.
So I'm fascinated by this stuff, but at the same time, if I was in the moment, I'm like, I'm out of here. Bye.
It scared our night manager so bad she ran out and was like, "I'm sorry if I didn't texted us." I was like, "I'm sorry if I didn't do everything I was supposed to do, but the freaking ghosts." And so we like immediately loaded up the camera and started looking at it. And then yesterday,
But yesterday started. I should start at the beginning. Day Chef, we call him Day Chef. Day Chef had made some comments about feeling the present and being taunted, and I was like, "Well, you shouldn't have provoked him." And he was like, "Whatever he did to provoke him, I call him Piano Man." So that evening, they were into Night Chef's wife's art show, and the 3 of us were hanging out. So Day Chef, Night Chef, myself sitting at the bar, or Day Chef sitting at the bar. We're hanging out talking, and one of the mule cups pings into the air, hits the bar, bounces perfectly to knock the Avada Kedavra cocktail that I just created over, and spilling it so it ran right down onto his leg, Day Chef's leg, so it looked like he peed himself.
Yeah.
And spilled the drink that he was actually really enjoying.
That's the worst part, is that it was a total party foul.
And in the video, you can clearly see there's no one near the cups at all, and it actually moves a little bit, kind of cocks to the side, and then just jumps off the counter into the cup.
And even
like you can clearly see it just
even better than
that. Like there's an invisible cat going.
Yeah.
A minute before, for no reason at all, the Day Chef reaches over, moves his beer slightly down the bar, just moves it over, just picks up and puts it back down without even realizing, because he's talking in conversation. And then a minute later, that the mule cup moves, tips over. When it hits the glass, the fluid would have gone between his legs, but it hits the beer mug, shears over just a bit to the left, landing on his leg. So it's like this perfect setup, and you actually get to watch the setup leading up to the whole, like, I thought it was a 1-2 punch. It was actually a 1-2-3 punch that got him.
Because I'm thinking of like Newton's law. There's the law of gravity. I mean, there's so many physics here that just decided to not be followed.
Like, because people are always like, "You don't really believe in ghosts." I was like, "Honey, we live with them. I have to," or they get angry, they get mad.
Because we went 30 minutes talking about time and
yeah.
Sorry if it's loud. I'm really trying to be silent, but we're having a great conversation, and I don't like cutting conversation. So,
well, I wish, because I found out from that night that Nick had an experience one night, and he was hanging out. He finished his beer. He got another one. He sat back down to watch more of the show he was watching at the bar, and so it's just him by himself, no one else in the place. It's like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. One of the liquor bottles shot up over. It was in the back row, up over all of them, and then busted on the floor. And he just turned off his show. He got up and left quickly because he didn't want to get blamed for busting a liquor bottle. And I was like, dude, you should tell me because that would have been amazing to have.
Yeah, that would have been great to have footage of that.
This is it. It just fell over because it would have had to have knocked over the bottles in front of it. It went over top of them.
Yeah.
Good God.
My life.
I've had the closest I've had was like I was alone in a room, and I saw this orb coming at me. I didn't feel threatened. I just felt scared. Like this isn't normal, and so I turned on the light, and then I went and grabbed my roommate that was technically staying up past curfew because we were like I was 16 at the time. We were like with a youth trip or something like that. Went and grabbed my roommate, and I was like, "Totally cool. You want to hang out? But can we hang out in our room, please, while I try to go to sleep?" It's like, I need this.
Yeah, when we first found out about this one, that for many reasons we call Piano Man, he followed us home, and there's a dent over on the floor over there because I was mouthing off about how he was just annoying, and one of the pieces of art that we have flew off the shelf, bounced off the wall, hit me really hard in the chest, and like literally cut me, and then slammed into the floor and broke. And so there's literally a dent.
So you got bitch slapped by a ghost.
Yeah,
like, in their way.
It's fine, but you have to be nicer about it. And the bartender also made that mistake. You're not on Omni.
Don't insult them.
The bartender was provoking him a lot, the Piano Man, that is, and his mother had a plant. It was a hanging plant anchored into the ceiling. It literally ripped out of its anchor, and it didn't get smashed down. It went across the room at her. When it ripped out of its anchor, it flew diagonally across the room at her, just missing her. And she turned to her son and was like, "You're going to make apologies right now. You're going to bring him back to the store, back to the restaurant, and this is not going to happen anymore. You're going to behave yourself." So he has to,
goodness,
around Piano Man because of mommy's orders.
Yeah, he's very active. He's
wow.
And
you're talking about the mom. So CB's comment to ground us here. Golden Girls was first aired at 1986, 4 days before CB's third birthday. September 13th of 1986. Now we're getting it. Really, StreamYard? We want to play this? 2 seconds, buddy. I have macaroni, and I'm having macaroni all week because I'm getting work done in the house Thursday, apparently. Oh, why are you trying to... wants me to pick them up. Where is... I was researching the 90s the other day, and it was surreal for me. Yes, the 1990s. I always think of like the year 2000 being like 10 years ago. No, it was 20. Yeah. Like we're in 2020. I need to.
Yeah. Same.
Talking about Wrestle. Wait. wow, wrestling fan 1990, 30 years ago. Yep. My son wanted me to pick him up, so I am. Don't get too happy. All right. I used to have Liam Neeson calendar when I lived in my previous apartment. Every time I would turn to drool over him, I swear the pair of Norris red-handled IKEA scissors would fly off the top. Wow. Of the fridge, off the top of the fridge, and would almost hit me every time. Man, ghosts, sometimes they can be brats.
I brought my talk box.
If any ghosts are here, I swear I like you. You're cool.
I brought my talk box in one night just because a friend of mine wanted to see it. And we're sitting at a table. This is after the restaurant's closed and everybody else is cleaning up. And I had it out. We're talking back and forth with the Whistler and the Piano Man, the two ghosts at the restaurant. And she's like freaking out because we'd ask a question and you'd hear a voice, like answer. And so she was like, so ask what they think about he thinks about the people that work here. I was like, so what do you think about the bartender? And it came back and said she sings so lovely. And we both kind of sat up for a minute and we looked over at the bar and the hubby was like, you sing? And she's like, who said that you sang? That I sang? I don't sing. She got like really upset. And we're like, well, Charlie just asked the piano man what he thought about you, and he said that you sing lovely. And she's just like, and if you want me to keep singing for you at night, you better be quiet about it. She got all upset because she didn't want people to know that she like sings and stuff.
And then she got called out by the ghost.
She got called out by a ghost. So that was
well,
really
at least so the ghost probably meant it nicely. Of like, she sings lovely, like not hey, she sings and she doesn't want you to know, but I'm telling you anyway. CB says she swears that that is hot. Could you not? Oh my god. I got the quesadilla maker like right in front of us and he's like, hot. Yes, thank you, honey. Okay, either way. Swear that the ghost of Liam Neeson's wife was haunting her, haunting CB until the calendar was gone. And Devin likes the kids. I accept the kids because I sometimes call my own kids the kids. I'm like, the kids got to go to bed. Yes, sweetie. Yeah, I'm cooking it. So, now it's done.
So what I should try to do is if I can get some of these videos and some of the others together and do like a Halloween.
Plus your channel already has like a darkness to it a little bit, especially with your intro and such. So you could pull it off.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, like because like we don't decorate for Halloween because like what's the point? Like we're already surrounded by skulls and gargoyles and skeletons and like that's just like our regular decor. But that's why we go like all out for Christmas because we actually take the skulls and gargoyles. Well, not all of them because some of them get Santa hats, but we take a lot of the spooky decor down and put out Christmas stuff. But yeah, it's my life goal is to prove to people I am a goth at heart. Like you don't understand. Like you need to be forewarned. Like even the happy stuff that I write is like bittersweet because I can't help myself.
Yeah. If anyone follows me on Instagram, you can see the times I've dyed my hair. And one time it was black cherry. And the picture I have is like a mesh top and stuff. It was fun. I miss those years. I'm wondering if I can change his diaper again because this boy never stops without him screaming in my face. Nope, we're getting there. Okay, so I'd have to go on mute. I just walked near it and he started getting fussy. Yeah, we're gonna eat.
As your you do. Cool. You know, you just gotta.
Why not? At least I can get the rest of this stuff. So, not that I am sponsored or anything, but anybody who goes to Walmart, these little guacamole packs.
Ooh.
It's over there by the like probably near your salad stuff. So not where you think it would be. But I would say over near the salad stuff, since the produce is usually like right by the front door, kind of against that wall. At least most Walmarts I've been in. And it's a great substitute because my husband does make homemade guacamole and it's fabulous, but he's not here. So, and then sometimes he's feeling lazy and he's like, I'm not making it. So it's a pain in the butt. I mean, like 2 avocados and everything. So if anybody wants, I recommend these because sometimes you get like chunks of avocado in it. And they do have spicy versions if spicy's your forte.
Yeah, that's one thing that I should do is for the rest of the month, switch out all of my avatar mode pictures with all of my weird ghost fan art that I've made.
Oh my God. I think that'd be cool. Like kind of do a theme. Because I mean, think about it. We have apps on our phones that have like updates that do themed
Yeah.
stuff.
I've thought about it, but I just didn't do it. I really should do that because I went
So
through.
are you going to do it, or are you still thinking about it?
I'm probably going to do it. At least that one picture that I did of Papa and Sister. I think.
Yeah.
It's cute. It's cute.
That made me think of
definitely.
Did you say the word puffin, by the way? Just now?
No, I said Papa.
Papa. Okay.
Papa.
Because it made me think of puffin, which if you remember on the stream, it's because I was referring to the Mary Poppins song, and it's the word puffins, not puffins, in the song. But in my defense, it's been years. And I'm not sure if you remember, but well, God, you remember Brad, who's usually in our streams?
Yeah.
Yeah, he changed his name to Puffin, the first name to Puffin. And then I forget his last name, honestly, because and I was like, really, dude?
Yeah, I saw
Brandon, not Brad. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Brandon. But he changed his first name to Puffin. I'm like, really?
I saw that and I was wondering why.
I'm assuming it was a cute little jab at me, like in good fun. I mean, I can take it. So, but it just makes me laugh. I like this crowd.
So, does that mean that? Ooh, that works now. So,
You good? By the way, I hope y'all can't hear like every single little sound I have. Ooh. You know what that makes me think of? Hocus Pocus, the lead singer at the party that the parents are at.
That movie has so gotten into my head canon because I'm like, oh, it's young Papa. Because that would have been what, in the 90s? So that would have been when Papa 2 just started his high school band, would actually like line up in the timeline for the weirdness of the story. And so every time I watch Hocus Pocus now, I just think like, oh, it's Papa 2's childhood band. Loves it. And of course, I got to do the full band picture art thingy.
Of course, I'd say.
Because I worked really hard on getting all of the ghouls and the crucifix symbols in there. So that's fire, water, earth, and air. And I didn't do Omega because Omega's not with the band anymore. So I did Ether because Omega's not with the band.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hey, Miss Omega.
Yes. All right. Oh my God, I am so lost in the chat right now. Because wait, we're talking about wrestling. Wait. Okay, they're talking about wrestling in the chat, and I wish I could. Okay, I remember the pajama pants. All right, I'm pretty convinced that the ghost. Oh, I like that picture, Charlie, by the way. The ghost of Owen Hart haunts the Kemper Arena because Triple H blew out his right quad in that arena. Coincidence? Ooh. I don't think so. He blew out a quad in San Jose too. A friend of mine was there. Talking about that sounds very painful. Owen was a notorious ribber, though. Even got Vince a few times. So I wondered. At least Triple H didn't do events though. 2 quads the same night. LOL. While sliding into the ring. Okay, so when I originally read that, I was reading it in my head as while sliding on the ring, and I was thinking like a ring on the finger, and I'm like, who's getting engaged? Okay. Laura is eating some leftover Indian food. So good. Listen, leftovers are legit. When the flavors can marinate in. Oh, yes. All right. Not sure what was funnier, that or getting scalped in the most ironic way possible. 2005 Royal Rumble. Okay. He wasn't even supposed to be in the ring. The finish of the match was botched. I know he hadn't stretched before sitting at Gorilla all night. Y'all are over my head, and my reflexes are not fast enough to grab it.
I'm so like not the wrestling person.
I used to be. Like, I actually, for some reason, cared about it. It probably had something to do with The Rock. And maybe Stone Cold. You know. I think I had a thing for China at one point. Big surprise there.
Shocking.
I know. Like, there were so many signs me growing up. So many signs.
Oh, the shock and chagrin. But yeah, so
okay, now we're caught up on the chat. Oh, yeah, sorry, more pictures.
So nobody's going to know which one it will be, and I may put some more in there. You know what I should do? Just for fun, grab some of Cactus Puff's pictures so I could have some of the really cute ghouls for avatars. Because if you
say
don't
cute ghouls, and it makes me think of like Lisa Frank, pulling back the 90s here, but like Lisa Frank drawings, you know, with the little tigers and everything. And I'm just imagining if she tried to attempt at ghouls or something.
So I'm gonna find one just to show, because every time I show one, they're there. Because my dream is to have enough money to hire Cactus Puff to do some art for me.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
They're so cute.
They are.
They're so cute. Like, they're little monsters.
Speaking of little monsters, y'all remember that movie?
There's the other one. Because there's fire.
Oh, nice.
They're so cute. Like,
Little Monsters, played by oh god, I just forgot its name. He's a germaphobe. I love that one.
Like, her little ghouls are so cute. I love them. I love them so much. They make me all the happy. All the happy. Like, all of her stuff. Like, if you don't follow Cactus Puff and you like really cute, creepy art that's occasionally like, she doesn't get blue, but like there are some shirtless men's, but you have to go to her OnlyFans to see below the belt.
Oh.
There are some shirtless men's in here, but like that's as blue as it gets. And she doesn't do any of the bloody pics, unlike some of the people that I share pictures from on Instagram. But her stuff is really, really pretty, and
I love looking at everybody's art and stuff. It makes me want to get back into it. Honestly, I wasn't that good. Like, I could look at something and draw it, except people. I still can't draw people to save my life.
And if you go back far enough, you'll see all of her Final Fantasy XIV art, which is amazing because I love that game so much, and I miss playing it so much. I miss playing it so much. I miss playing it.
Hit hedge,
so
not judge. Kick, wink, wink.
This is an accident. Like, you know how long it's been since I've been able to hang out with Natalie? Like,
it has been a while.
I saw a link and I was like, she's been busy with stuff. Like she hasn't even been in the chat on mine. Like this was
this entire week. I haven't been on Authors Eagle. I'm surprised I was able to get any Milwordy weeks. Milwordy words done. That was not a Freudian. I give up.
Oh.
Freudian slip.
Words.
I swear, the moment I started calling myself a writer, I don't know words anymore. I don't know the English language. It escapes me. It doesn't exist in my life anymore.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling. But yeah, see, the thing that I took figure drawing as well. I am really, really bad at it, as Laura. Like, I'm so bad at it. But like, I look at Cactus Puff's art, and especially for like the thing that I'm doing right now, I would love to do some like 80s style box art for it.
Ooh.
You know, like the old video game chibi art and stuff that they did back then, the more goofy stuff. And I am so bad at the goofy stuff. Like, the goofy art is not my thing, but that's like my personal favorite thing is like all of those stories, like the old Final Fantasies, where the stories are like rend your heart, make you cry stories, and they've got all the cutest little cartoon characters on the boxes and stuff.
Oh,
oh my god!
By the way, Devin
cute.
saved me when I was talking about maybe little monsters. Howie Mandel.
Yeah. Oh my
Which
goodness.
that movie scared me as a kid. It scared me.
In a memento, por favor. Need to have
Vixens of Fiction agrees. They're cute. And then, oh, you're fine. Laura Needles took figure drawing classes for years. Haven't done it in a while though. Yeah, you'll be surprised what you remember though with drawing. Like once you kind of get into the feel of it, there's a muscle memory there. Reminds me of a quote. When you work with words, words are your work. I always thought it was going to be not your work. Pure eloquence. Agreed. So it's not just me. Apparently it's a thing with everybody. But I guess it's kind of like that situation of when something becomes personal and you interact with it more. Like, for example, anytime that I've gotten pregnant, I start seeing more pregnant people in it, and I'm like, really? Everyone's pregnant? And then same thing, like when you buy a vehicle, you start to see that vehicle that you bought everywhere else. So it's really interesting. I'm making your food right now, sweetie, by the way. So I find it interesting. Yes, my son's happy. All right. Yes, I put extra cheese, sweetie. All right. Vixens of Fiction. I wish I had taken art and design classes. I feel so behind these youngins doing amazing things. I agree. Okay, anytime. So guilty pleasure here. Anytime I watch America's Got Talent or even just fishing around on YouTube, and I just started YouTube like back in July of this year, and I feel so behind. Like everyone, but it really comes down to, I realize, and I know we always say this, is don't compare yourself to others. And I've just seen it so much of people who started earlier. And yes, I wish I started earlier, but I also had other things going on in my life. I was going to school. I had a child young. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. By the way, sorry if you hear that crunching. I kind of overcooked the quesadilla. It's not overcooked, Zoe. It's good. It's just a little crispy. My daughter looked afraid. She's always afraid when I cook. So does it count as cooking if technically I'm just warming up quesadillas? I mean, I'm making them, but it's flour tortillas. It's not like I created the flour tortillas from scratch.
Yeah, we were having a discussion over whether or not we're going to have, what did you call it? Kitchen chatatories?
Yeah.
Because Thanks
What
to
is that?
Mama and the picture she put into the Reddit. I was thinking of doing kitchen. I can't even say it now. Chicken cacciatore for dinner tonight.
What is that?
It's basically chicken that you
Okay.
cook in a tomato, pepper, onion.
Zoe,
Like
come here.
not even like sauce, just like with all that, so it gets all that yumminess into the meat. It's so good.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anything that deals with marinade and such, it's really up my alley. I'll be
It's
honest.
basically a braised chicken that you braise in in crushed tomatoes. So
That sounds amazing.
it's well, yeah, the peppers and onions too, but it just oozes in. It's so good. It's so good.
How long does that
Tamama's
take to
here.
cook? What?
Tamama's here. I invoked the Tamama. Do eat.
There is no question.
Well, see,
Wait, what are we at?
I was thinking about making that. The hubby was thinking about making what he calls fajita dippers, where he basically makes all the stuff that you would normally like wrap into a fajita, but cuts it small enough that you can use it as dip on a chip, including the cheese, all melted in together, and then
I
you
am
have
totally for bite-sized versions of like larger dishes, meals, and stuff. I'm totally for it. Like I will grab a pepperoni and put like little breadcrumbs on top and tomato sauce and cheese and call it mini pizza.
So yeah,
But then I also like Tostitos.
because I'm really tossed up because I didn't think that you had plans. When you said that, I'm like, I want the fajita dippers, and you're like, but I want the cacciatore. Yeah, it's just what order they get put together in.
So we got people coming back from Book Place, came by and said us we're still going. Sprinting has stopped, but we're still here. Yes. Because pretty much I think the sprinting is gonna stop because otherwise I'd be like, yay, how did y'all do? Because I ate my dinner. I mean, hell, I'm cooking right now.
Get chatty.
But this is how Charlie and I work. Like the last time we did a live stream, it went a little bit longer, and then we talked on StreamYard for like 2 hours afterwards.
Yeah.
We could really carry a conversation for a while.
Yeah.
And if anything, I would say the sprinting gets in the way in that conversation because it's not until I say, okay, we're done with sprinting that like we both like just flood words.
Like to the point where the hubby is already picked out what show he wants to watch that I don't and is setting himself up in the back room just cause.
Pretty much. So when are you is dinner starting for you?
Who knows? I think he already made himself a plate of leftovers for lunch.
Like,
Because our schedule's later than most people because with the
Yeah.
restaurant we don't go to bed till
Well,
late.
yeah.
So this is around our lunchtime.
Thank you.
And we do dinner around 7, 8-ish, 9-ish,
Mm-hmm.
10-ish.
That's not okay. 9-ish is kind of late. Oh my god. So I'm not sure if anybody remembers, but I loved the show Newsroom with Jeff Daniels.
Yes.
I loved it. My husband loved it. We watched it as it came out
Very
and we binged it. Well, while my parents were visiting, I played it for them and now they're hooked. And they love it. And it's unfortunate that it was only 3 seasons. But they now I gotta share with them my passcode so they can watch it and continue.
I'm addicted to Aaron Sorkin's writing. Like, I'm not a sports fan, but even Sports Night, wasn't the name of the show Sports Night?
Sports Center?
Sports Center. It was the one he did.
I'm
right
guessing.
before-
I never watched it.
It was right before West Wing. He had one that I think was called Sports Night. And
Yeah,
then
I still gotta watch West Wing, but I don't know.
And then after West Wing, he did Studio 54, which was really good.
Yeah.
And then he, shock and chagrin, got caught smoking pot and had to disappear from Hollywood because how dare a writer? How dare a Hollywood writer? Yeah. I don't know if you heard the hubby. He's like, yeah, because he wasn't doing cocaine. He's like, yeah. How dare you not do coke in Hollywood? How dare you?
I forget who were.
Do you not know the drug of choice of the Hollywood writers?
Alex and I were talking about. It's either some comedian or some right. Oh no, it was Stephen King. We were talking about Stephen King and how his writing. It's not bad, but it's changed a little bit from his extracurriculars being removed.
I have never been the biggest fan of Stephen King's work, but I will say his work on Twitter, he trolls J.K. Rowling in such a way that either she doesn't realize she's being trolled by him, or he's such a big writer that she feels like she can't ignore him. I don't know which it is, because
where she's so thankful for someone as big as him to talk to her.
Is because if somebody was dragging me like he does her, I would have blocked them like so quickly. But like, oh my goodness, like, thank you, Steven. You're saying all the things that my little queer heart needs to say to that woman. So I have developed an appreciation for Stephen King's writing, just his Twitter writing though.
So Stephanie came back. Devin is letting me know that Canada had a TV series in the 1990s also called Newsroom, and it also lasted 3 seasons. And 3 seasons was way too short. I didn't like the ending personally, but
yeah,
like
HBO, if I remember correctly,
I really
chose to end it.
For me, okay, let's go on Game of Thrones thing. We'll open this Pandora's box. So I believe the ending could happen.
Oh yeah.
In the Game of Thrones. But the thing is, they rushed it. I mean, they practically had Cersei's brother, oh God, Jamie get with Brienne in the same episode that he leaves her by the end. And like, that is too fast. And then we also needed more internal struggle from Daenerys so that we would understand why she went full on homicidal massacre. I think it could have been there. Like, those could have happened. But as a viewer, I shouldn't be filling in those gaps.
I think it makes sense. I think it was the newer one. It may not have been, but Overly Sarcastic Productions, Red from Overly Sarcastic Productions, just did a thing on plot twists.
Oh,
as part of the Trope Talk series, and goes through Game of Thrones and how she feels like it was just shock bait, like that they were just trying to shock you. Like, oh, you thought that this was well written? Ha! Fooled you. Like she thinks that it was a full-on troll just because
they were in for the long con. 8 seasons. Wow.
Well, no, you actually look at their comments about it. Like, when you actually go into some of the stuff that they've said, you know, Benioff has been very clear that themes are for elementary school. He has said that on numerous occasions.
Okay.
And that true writing should shock and surprise you. It should, and he made some statements.
I love predicting and then being right.
Or when you're wrong, but you see it and you it recontextualizes everything that came before it in such a wonderful way.
Like, okay, like Sixth Sense, the ending.
Yep.
Sorry, spoiler alert, like 14, 15 years after the fact. I'm adding years, I think. I don't know. I don't remember, but it's been over a decade. Spoiler alert here. Sixth Sense. And it turns out he was dead the whole time.
I don't want to spoil the end because it's one of my favorite books and very few people have read it, but the end of Tales of the City, when you actually get to the end, you just sit back and go, wait, no. And if you're anything like me, you go back and you reread the entire book again, and it reads like a brand new book because
that's what I want from a story, is to
that you didn't have
read
before.
it.
And I love that book. If you've never read, like all of the books in that series are really good, but like they get dark because they were.
Please, that's where I live.
Oh no, the books start in the mid 70s, San Francisco, and follow queer culture.
Oh,
And so in the subsequent books, the AIDS epidemic hits. Like they get dark. They get really dark.
That makes me think of this book called, and not everybody knows about this book, but it's called It Happened to Nancy. And it's trauma, warning, trigger warning. There is a, man, my kids are in the room.
Isn't there a rape?
Forced intimacy.
Yeah.
And the disease that you spoke of as an aftermath of that.
But if you haven't read Tales of the City or watched the original PBS miniseries based on it, which is also very good, I have not watched the new Netflix. Netflix did a reboot of it.
Oh.
That I've not seen because I love the book so much. Like this is one of those books I would go to war over. Like I love Amistad Maupin. If you don't know who Amistad Maupin was, he was one of Rock Hudson's boyfriends for like most of Rock Hudson's life. Like he and Rock Hudson and Freddie Mercury were a couple, a throuple,
oh, wow.
An extended period of time. He is a wonderful, wonderful writer and wrote a lot of wonderful things. But the end of Tales of the City to me is like the highest, like the best thing ever, because you get there and suddenly like things that didn't make sense, and things that you didn't understand before. And then when you go back and you reread it, it's a very different book because you now have this one piece of information. And the best part about it is even though you know the end, you feel this completely different kind of tension because you're like, oh my goodness, if that gets out, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you actually change which character you're feeling the tension from and the kind of tension you're feeling, but the tension doesn't go away, which is what a good twist should do.
That's what a plot twist should do, is that when you go back, and that's what I'm trying to achieve in my own novel, the manuscript that I finished. But they also touch on that in, actually, hold on, let me do this, but you got everything. The sake of being shocking when it actually makes no sense is just disappointing. To me, I agree with that because it also makes me think of hot sauce. If you're hot sauce just for the sake of searing somebody's taste buds off, not worth it. But if you're hot sauce with some flavor, worth it.
But that's what Red calls shock bait. That it's just there to get people to talk about it because, oh my goodness, can you believe this happened? And that and that when you actually rewatch the show from that point of view, that really seems to be what they were going for. But because they were constrained by George's original text, it becomes really relevant once they go past the books. But when you look at the way the story was told earlier, that's really what they were going for the whole time. And it's hard to argue with because I can see all of the characters ending up there. I can see that, even given the trajectory that they had on the show. But like seriously, so many bad things have happened to Daenerys that literally, oh, I forgot that we're in the middle of a war, so I lost dragon number 1, and oh, my friend got killed. That doesn't suddenly make you Dragon Lady Hitler. Like I'm sorry, like she had been through so much up until that point that like if something small like that was going to snap her, she would have snapped her sooner. She would have already snapped. She would like. It's just poor writing. It's just poor writing.
It's kind of like when you're like I'm editing my manuscript. Of course, you don't have this luxury when you're writing a show because it's broken in season increments, and that's how you're looking at your scripts and stuff. Actually, you do not get soda. You're 3 years old. You don't get soda.
I want to throw the disagreement in there because Joe Straczynski, when he pitched Babylon 5, had every episode of all 5 seasons already planned out.
Oh,
He pitched it as a novel for television, and remember, he was making this in the 90s before we were getting like serialized fiction. Like every show was an episode was a story unto itself, and we basically reset at the end. And when he originally pitched Babylon 5, it was a novel, and it has a clear beginning, middle, end. It is a story all the way through. He had a few curveballs thrown at him in that he had 2 actors that had to leave the series for different reasons, very different reasons. And he had to make some changes to the story along the way because of that, because the main actor in this series had a nervous breakdown, and so he had to replace them. He basically had to replace the protag between season 1 and 2 because of that, which actually I think worked for the best, because it brought new life into the show, and it, like, the stuff that they ended up doing with Sheridan worked really, really well. But that series was plotted out from beginning to end with a few filler chapters that he knew that there needed to be time so he could bring friends in. So Harlan Ellison guest wrote for that show, Neil Gaiman guest wrote for that show, and a lot of his other writer friends did guest writing for that show to fill in, because like these 2 events can't happen too close together, so we have an episode or 2 that could happen in between here, and he could bring other people in to fill it out. But that is one of the few shows, that's one of the only shows I've ever seen that was that tightly plotted that it is a story from beginning to end. Supernatural is the other one. Supernatural was originally plotted as a 5-season show, which is why after season 5 it gets weird. If you watch the series, the show is so tightly written through the first 5 seasons. And then when season 5 ends, the CW was like, we're going to keep making this. Make more. Here's money. And so they had to find reasons to get Moose and his brother to go out and continue doing things. But
I actually never watched Supernatural, but that also, in my defense, I was hung up because one of the brothers was in Gilmore Girls. And
yep.
It was difficult to... No, please don't touch that, Spence.
Yep. But I think you can do that. It's a shame that, for example, Sense8, which is one of the best shows to have been made in the last 10 years, didn't get to do its full story because they had it fully plotted out as well. And when you look at, because Netflix was at least nice to them and let them do a second season to kind of finish off the story. But it's very it's suddenly the pace changed. Okay, we're now going to run to the end.
We gotta read. We gotta breathe sometimes. Yeah. Vixens of Fiction, when it's done right, it's incredibly rewarding. Every writer wants to get the shock or reveal right for and right for the genre.
Mom.
Yeah, I'm really. Oh, my dog's barking. I'm really curious. Stephanie is one of my readers for my story, and I don't think she's at the end yet. Otherwise, I would have gotten a message on Instagram. Yeah, I hear the dogs. I'm gonna get them.
Because that's the one thing, because it's hard to put ourselves back in time and realize how much certain things really shocked people. People, I remember, because I lived through the whole Luke, I am your father thing. I was alive when that happened. That was such an your hero always came from either a good family or was a complete orphan. That never happened in a story. And today, people try to look back at it and start saying really stupid things about what Darth Vader originally meant and whatnot. But because but
plus when the creator comes out and goes, he's the dad, do we need to take this to Mari or Jerry Springer? He's the dad.
But that there's a reason that's such an iconic moment.
Yeah, and I will say, knowing that plot twist ahead of time, because I'm.
Oops, Your audio clipped out. Your audio clipped out. Can't hear you. I can't hear you. I cannot hear you.
I can't hear you either.
Yeah, your microphone stopped.
I heard you before.
Is it me? Audience, who is it?
Why is the audio gone completely?
Which one of us is not making sound? I don't know. Need to load the YouTube. Wrong YouTube.
How about now? Anybody?
Okay, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Chat. Thank you. Thank you, because I was trying to go to the thing because I didn't know which one of us couldn't be heard. So that will show up in StreamYard in a minute. There we go. StreamYard. Look at that. You know talkie. Me no hear you.
How about now?
There you go.
What happened? Somehow my phone connected to my AirPods, which are nowhere near this thing. So now I gotta put. Hold on 2 seconds. Headphones.
I was trying. My brain completely.
So I
forgot
couldn't hear you at all, and now it makes sense why I couldn't hear you because it was going through the sound of the AirPods. Mm-hmm. Does it sound off again? Okay.
Yeah, no.
God,
Fine.
you weren't talking. I was freaking out, dude.
No, I was just taking a moment to like end scene.
Teamwork makes
But yeah.
the dream work. Okay, weird.
But I have to say, like, oh my goodness. See, because I write, Kisha Tenketsu,
Mm-hmm.
I have to think of a twist for every scene, every chapter, and every plot line. Because that's how that system of writing works. And that has taught me so much about what a twist should be, because the understanding of a twist from that school of thought is more often than not, it's a revelation that calls into question how you previously understood the world working. And your job is actually in Act 4 to reconcile that new information with everything that came before, so that that's how it always was. I just didn't understand that. And that's something that I have learned a lot about in trying to do this. Whoop, got your nose. Here, I just have to do it the fun way. Whoop, got your nose. Watch out, I'm going to do it again. Whoops, I'm going to get your nose. Whoop, got your nose.
He's actually going, boop.
It's like it'll be
That
funny.
boop.
You don't see my lip flaps moving. I just do.
He's trying to get me to do it to him.
But
This kid.
because
Oh my. That's his fake
because-
sneeze.
but because of trying to learn how to write in this style and the stuff that I've been doing, it's made me have to think a lot about what is a twist, how to do it, how to make it work. Because you also have to think about having so many of them, because in all technicality, because if I were doing this as a comic, because this is often used to make manga, it's the style in which manga is written as well.
That makes sense, actually.
It's supposed to have that as well. And trying to build that into the story and into the way that you're thinking about the world, one, has helped me out a lot in, I think, making my writing better. But at the same time, it's really like irritated me when I see people doing like obnoxious, like showy shock twists for no reason.
Did you do this shock writing or in the right sense, not in the sense we're talking about, in that story that I read of yours, the novella?
Yeah. That
You did?
novella.
Okay. Because I was going to say I liked it. I liked.
Oh, it happened again. It did it again. No, hear you. There we go.
It kept questions going for me to keep me reading and tied into the story and invested. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a great thing to do. But like you said, it's what the twist is. Can we not press anything?
And so having to constantly be thinking of what it is and how you're going to do it, it also helps a lot, I felt, as a fantasy writer, because figuring out how to do world building without having long exposition dumps.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the important world building stuff, the twists that the characters keep encountering, so that they think the world works like our ordinary normal world, and then oop, and the story unfolds in a much more interesting way.
So tying back to our Star Wars twist that we were talking about. Oh my god. Hold on. Yeah. I'm not sure if you can see this, but that's Lilo buried under Spencer. Because Lilo's trying to get my love. And Spencer was hugging on to her. Yes. So, talking about twist. You're fine, buddy. Lilo doesn't need to be on the shot every time. Back in high school, okay, weird was an AP US history. Don't know how Star Wars dealt with history, but okay. Did a group video project. Part of it was Star Wars, the Star Wars reveal. 2 of them were Darth Vader. Well, you got to be because how tall. And Luke. Oh wait, no. Okay, 1 each. Got it. That's where the audience members and threw popcorn, like because it was good or bad. Because usually throwing food is bad.
Well, I can actually think of how those movies work really well to be in a history class because, and like this is the matrix behind it. The original trilogy is about World War One. I'm sorry, World War Two, and the prequel trilogy was about the Vietnam War. And a lot of that gets baked in. The more you know about the history of those conflicts, the more those stories, like, you see it in there. Oh no.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Your mouth moved. No, I can hear you. Your mouth moved. I guess you were still chewing, and I thought you started.
I was still
talking.
chewing. I was on
Yeah, I
mute.
thought you started talking. I was like, oh, yeah.
But no, I know exactly what it is. It's the air thing, like the project where the sound is going, and I just swipe down on the screen and get that. What, sweetie? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, was only 5'5" and played Darth Vader, which is even better. But it was a pop culture reference of the history, which I think is actually really cool. I think there is. I think that maybe that's why I love the 90s. I love the 80s stuff. It's how culture impacted our mentality, our growth, our evolution. Yes.
And this is, one of the conversations that I've had with a lot of people that are upset that like Hamilton is not historically accurate about a lot of things. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be. We have lost as a people an understanding of needing to tell and retell our stories. Hamilton is not about. I froze on the screen. I don't know if you can still hear me or not. But Hamilton.
I can hear you at least.
Hamilton is not a story about Alexander Hamilton. It is a story about us as Americans finding our voice and who we are as a nation of immigrants. And it uses the vehicle, the persona dramatis of Hamilton and the other founding fathers to tell that story. And that kind of mythological storytelling is something that we need a lot more of to recontextualize who we are and who we want to be as a people. And I would frankly love to see a lot more of that kind of a thing. Because I think when you boil history down to a bunch of memorizable facts and figures, you lose what history actually is about. Like, you lose the whole.
You use the human factor, the human nature and stuff, like the Abraham quote that I probably got wrong, but from earlier, like that gives you a sense of this person, this being that impacted our life. I gotta grab.
Like, I'm such a huge fan of Emily Dickinson. Like, it's like, I don't make it's not a surprise. Anybody who spends any time around with me will notice me making like half quotes to her poems and stuff like that. Like, it's a big part of who I am. My husband knew very little about her because, unlike me, he's not obsessively reading biographies about her and everything else. When Apple made the show, which I don't even know what to call it, because it's part drama, part comedy, part everything, because it's fabulous. He got interested and started reading her poems, and he started learning, like, is that true? Was she like that? Did she have a relationship like that? Like, the episode about Thoreau is wonderful because Henry David Thoreau was a fake. He was a poser. He was the Jake Paul of his generation. And I really mean that. He was the Jake, not the Logan. He wasn't the Logan. He wasn't the one that had anything like decently good going for him. He was the poor knockoff of Emerson. But, you know, he yes, went and lived alone on Walden Pond with his 3 maids, 2 chefs, his laundress who would do all of his clothes for him, his maid who would clean his house. Yes, he was alone at Walden Pond with a coterie of people taking care of him because he was a fake and a phony. And when you get to that episode, because she hears about Thoreau and goes off to meet him and meets all of the people, and then because it's a TV show and you can do what you want, she decides to start telling everybody that he's a fake and a phony. And like, he gets so mad at her, and it becomes this wonderful like sitcom thing where she's the one who ruined Henry David Thoreau. And it's so funny and it's so wonderful. But like, it is actually showing like parts of actual history that people would never have thought to like look into if it wasn't for the silly show. Like,
my mom told me about a story, and this isn't a history story, but it kind of brings that there so much depth to the story. And it's because we were watching the show The Newsroom, which I actually might finish that season without them, and then I'll let them talk to me about it, because I have a feeling once they finish the season they're going to ask me questions. But it was, where was it? This news organization, and of course I'm hearing this like fifth hand here, did a story one morning about how, where did your pants go, kid? Okay. About how I'm changing his diaper. About how this guy gets arrested because he killed a dog that was part of a pack of dogs that was terrorizing the neighborhood. And he ended up getting 10 years in prison for that. And of course, the way it's presented, you're thinking, oh my God, that's extreme. What the hell? The next day, the next day, the story airs, but this time it's talking about how the dog was elderly, and this dog actually had a collar, and the gruesome details of how he killed this dog and such. And then it makes sense. Then you got the rest of the story. It's all how you package the words. It's the filter.
and it's so important, because when you're not actually looking at how you tell a story, when you're not actually looking at, because history to me is fascinating, but it's fascinating because of how you tell it. We don't have the tradition of the bards anymore. And for whatever you want to say about like Arthurian history, you didn't just learn the history of Britain or France, depending on which version of author you were reading from those, you learned what the ideals of those countries were. That was the point of the stories. And that's what we're losing in all of our focus on dates and times and all the stuff that makes history feel boring. You know, like I fell in love with American history. Like I am so like crazy, almost like insane about American history. When I read Benjamin Franklin's autobiography for the first time, because you get to about page 6 and he says, and that's when I decided to leave my brother and go a whoring. And you just sit back and you go, a what now? And he starts talking about his dalliances with all of the ladies, because a man must his wild oats sow. And I'm just like, Ben Franklin. Oh, Ben Franklin. And like, I fell in love with it because his personality bleeds through on that story, because he knew he was creating his own legend. Right? He knew he was creating how people would see him. And so you get this idea of him as like this stoic figure who knew the right thing and counseled all these people. And he's just like, oh yeah. And then me and the queen went drinking last night. Oh my goodness. It's amazing. Like the version I have, the headcanon I have of Ben Franklin is very different because I read his autobiography, which you definitely wouldn't read in schools, because he's all like, you know, I was 9 years old and my parents were terrible and I realized I would be better without them. So I left. And we can talk about whether or not he actually did that, because that's a matter of a lot of conjecture.
Yeah.
But when you get the greater narrative that he's telling, it's all about, hey, look, sometimes you have to learn how to stand on your own. Like that's the whole point of his autobiography. And he has had such wit, he could tell it. Oh yeah, Ben Franklin. Yes, okay, word. Ben Franklin could get it. Like
Yes.
all of it. Like, but if Ben Franklin were alive today,
I was actually
he would be
scrolling
a
up.
rapper.
Oh no, Spencer. My son heard me tell my daughter, "Hey, could you feed the dogs?" So then my son runs to the back door to open the back door, and now the dogs are outside, and that's where they like to bark. Either way, but yes, okay, word. And then I was scrolling up to see some of these other points that we have. One, I am so sorry. I know Chandra Author is already gone.
Yeah, I missed
But
that.
I'm sorry I missed your goodbye. So bye. Yep. Victims of fiction. Oh my gosh. And apparently it must still work for the genre. A big hoopla went down on Twitter over, can a romance genre book not end with a happily ever after or happy for now?
Technically it can.
Yeah.
No, romance by definition, a romance book, a love story can have any kind of ending that you want. A romance by definition has a happy ever after. And that depends on whether or not you want to live by the definitions or not. But by definition, the difference between a love story and a romance is whether or not it has a happy ever after. Which is why I often argue that my stuff really is not ever romance. Because there may be some happy for nows, but happy ever after is baked into the definition. But yeah, I remember when that was going on, and like genres are weird. Like I don't want to start a rant here, which is why I just stopped talking.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to go off on a rant here. Yeah, genres are weird.
Need to retell our stories. Who lives? Who dies? Who tells your story? Yeah. I don't want to sing it because we've established I can't sing.
But yeah,
thank you, Charlie. I forget what that was for, but I might have been with Hamilton reference.
Yeah, because I don't care about the actual facts. That story's not about the actual facts. Because we get stuck on the actual facts way too much. You know?
Yeah. Now, the fact is that the bottom fact is that Hamilton, we're pretty sure went around.
Oh yeah.
The things that aren't known for sure, or the things that are known for sure, but listen, it's a little more exciting for Hamilton to meet both Eliza and Angelica at the same party,
Yep.
when in actuality they think he met Angelica like years later after he already married Eliza. But
Yep.
it strengthens the story, and also it speeds it along. Come on, we
Yep.
only got, I mean, it's a pretty long musical as it is.
Yep.
But we got to make it real. Then Trey Weird says, I want a film or a television show about the Ghost Army, where the Allies used to infiltrate tanks to mess
Yep.
with the Nazis, and
Yep.
it worked.
Yes.
Actually, I think there might be one. Just cut to a room full of generals bent over from laughing.
Yeah.
That makes me think of one of my favorite documentaries of real life, and that let's look at the situation from another country's point of view, is Tora Tora Tora. If you haven't watched it, totally worth it. And is Pearl Harbor from the Japanese's point of view.
Yep.
Totally worth watching. I definitely enjoyed that. Right.
Because, you know,
we got a letter to Hollywood. When doing historical films, which, okay, Weird, I love you, dear, but I don't think Hollywood's going to listen to my channel. But just in case, I want to make sure I say this. When doing historical films, don't make them dramas. Make them outright comedies. Have James Franco play the founding father. I completely agree. Like,
yes. Or
nothing historically was dramatic. Like, there was still Abraham Lincoln example again, you know? And actually, I think in the movie Lincoln, there was a good few one-liners, but they still had this overarching
Abraham Lincoln had such a good sense of humor, because he would go tour the convalescence homes for the troops and would tell them jokes to try to lift their spirits. And so a lot of people wrote down Abraham Lincoln jokes because apparently he told a lot of them, and would like, oh my goodness, you won't believe this, the president came by today and told me this joke. Like, we have them in letters and journals and stuff. And he had a really good sense of humor. But we created this stoic mountain out of him, and we lose that humanity. And
then we also got Okay Weird saying, make a film about the farces of the American Revolution with an orchestral, I can't say words, version of tub thumping playing in the background.
We were drunk like the whole dang time.
Yeah, and you know what? I think would also be interesting is if like kind of the farce situation is like we accidentally win a battle, because you know that might happen where they're like, I don't know, let's flip a coin.
Because I know when I actually write my 355 story that I've been, because I'm doing like a lot of meticulous research for it, just because there are things that I want to get as right as I can, especially since I'm theorizing and I'm going like way off into speculative fiction land. And as H.P. Lovecraft once said, be careful what you choose to lie about in your fiction, because the lies will give you away. So I'm doing everything in my power to get as much of the history down as I can for that. But, you know, a part of that people are going to find really weird when they read the story is my George Washington sees ghosts. Because George Washington saw ghosts. We know from his own correspondence and his journals that the ghost of his dead brother would often visit him and taunt him. And he lived in terror of the ghost of his dead brother. And the reason he had this reputation for honor and integrity was anytime he did anything questionable, the ghost of his dead brother would visit him in the night and taunt him and harass him and make him want to do better. And that's a version of George Washington that you don't hear about, but it's, you know, it's in the historical
And we should
record.
hear about that.
And it's in the historical record, and it's going to make him such an interesting character, especially for the kind of alt history thing that I'm working on. But like, I'm, have like, when you actually look at these people and the lives that they had, I've recommended this on several streams, and I did this a lot during the Ren Fair. But people need to read The Myth of Disenchantment, because it really gets offensive to me how much we try to cut the world into two groups. And this may also have to do with my whole non-binariness, but all of these stupid rigid binaries that, well, Ben Franklin was a philosopher, so he had to be stoic and blah blah blah. He was not. He was at beer halls all the dang time and hanging out with ladies and doing things with people's daughters that a man his age should not have been able to get away with. You know, people are
yeah. Well, and to me, going back to the show Newsroom, there is this one scene where Will McAvoy, the main character played by Jeff Daniels, is pretty much attacking a gay Black American on his show. And the gay Black American hands it to him. He says, no, shut up. I am sorry. And actually, he doesn't even say I'm sorry yet. I'm pretty sure. Like, he's like, I don't fit just one label. Okay? Like, I am not, I can't fit into those. I am more than what you're trying to label me as. And to me, that line just stood out to me.
Because
right there,
to me, that's everything that's wrong with her.
But we are more than the labels that we try to fit on ourselves, on others. But yes,
because to me, that's everything that's wrong with everything right now. Is we've turned everything into sports teams. Which team are you on? Like,
yeah,
I mean that, like, politically, it's sports teams. It's not about what's good for the country or not. It's sports teams. We do this with stupid books. Like, don't get me wrong. There are books that I've read that I have my OTPs, and I want them to come out. But like literally selling Team Edward, Team Jacob merch. You know what I'm saying? Like, make teams, make the fandom fight, and make more money.
Anybody who did not read the books and then was choosing a team, I didn't respect, because in the books, Team Jacob himself was a little child that felt entitled and needed to be put in his place. He was so needy and annoying, and I hated his character. But in the movies, Hunky, and they took out the annoyances little thing.
But we do this with everything, and Michael, it's so frustrating.
Hi. Okay, weird. Wasn't the Battle of New Orleans that the troops showed up, just fucking shit up after the War of 1812 was over?
Yes. Yeah. They knew the war was over, but they had already marched all that way. Why not just go ahead and burn the city down and loot it? Why not?
Why not? That makes total sense.
Like, we worked so hard to get here. Why not just go ahead and have the battle?
Wait. What's the... Okay, so Jules is happy that we're still going. But come on, it's Charlie and I. We're gonna chat.
Boiler effect.
Charlie and I are like the people, the friends that don't talk, but like maybe once a month. But when we talk, we talk.
Oh, we talk.
But have we implemented the?
Yeah, the boiler effect is okay. I don't know if anybody here is a Star Trek fan, but I think I have like. Do I need to go get my Kirkensbach right and Puff the Magic Dragon again? Because I'll go get it. I am like, in the new animated series, Lower Decks, which if you have not seen, is one of the greatest gifts to both comedy and Star Trek fans that has ever been given. There's a character in there, Ensign Boimler, who is all about following the rules, and everything has to be done a certain way. But because of circumstances way outside of his control, the captain institutes the Boimler effect on the ship and names it after him, which is, you don't have to follow the rules. You can add time to everything that you're doing, cut corners, as long as the work is getting done. I don't care. So she basically names this rule after him. That's the exact opposite of everything that he is as a person. And I made a video for my streams that I invoke from time to time. That's her laying down the Boimler effect and him just in the background going, wait, what? But I like rules. No. Like, yeah, the Boimler effect has been that's the close to the end episode, because it's right before we get to the wonderful J.J. Abrams did terrible things to Star Trek holodeck episode, which is hilarious because one of the characters gets knocked out by a lens flare because they're all holodeck. It causes them to have a moment because the lens flare is just too much. Like, why is there so much lens flare? Because it's a movie, dummy. That's how you know it's a movie. But oh my goodness. Lower Decks is so funny. I have never felt more heard by a franchise in my life than when I watched Lower Decks. And so, yeah.
Well, dear, you're not alone in this crowd, apparently.
It is so funny. Like, I didn't know I could love new Star Trek because it's been a while. And then I didn't want to watch it. And Glory talked me into it. Glory and Tom talked me into it. Because the original pitch for the series is not what the series is.
For anyone who's not following, this is Glory Writes the Blues. You can find her on YouTube.
Yeah.
She's wonderful.
Because the original pitch that they made for the series is we're going to do an animated Star Trek that's going to be like Rick and Morty on the Enterprise. And I'm
I
like,
love that explanation.
But that's not even what they did, because Rick and Morty is all about nihilism. And like, I'm like, but that's the exact opposite of what's, Star Trek is all about optimism. And they basically did the anti-Rick and Morty. It's as insane as Rick and Morty, except for obscenely optimistic about everything. And I love it. Beckett, first of all, Jonathan Frakes reprises his role as Riker in this series. And you get some more backstory about some of the stuff that Riker was doing in the background on TNG, which is just amazing. And I love Jonathan Frakes, and I've enjoyed him for a long time. And Riker went from being a character that I was kind of okay with to Riker's one of my new favorite characters in the history of Star Trek because of, speaking of plot twists, a plot twist in Lower Decks that recontextualized him for all of TNG. Because you basically find out that he and Beckett were friends, and he was basically the Beckett of the Enterprise. And once you watch the show and you know who Beckett is, and you think about any episode that ever had Riker in it, it just like completely changes the way I see him on the show for time and eternity in such a good way.
So, circling back, plot twist, you reimagine. In the rewatch, everything has a new meaning to it. Oh my god, I can't speak still.
Because once they got to that point where there was just like, because they basically get to the point where one of the things that you find in the series is that Beckett and Riker are friends, and that Riker is basically the Beckett of the Enterprise. And that one moment, just because I watch Star Trek every day, I'm that person. It's part of my wind down. I watch an episode of Star Trek every night before I go to bed, which is great because you get one season a month.
Oh, honey, you do you. There is no judgment here.
There's one season a month, and
what's my guilty pleasure? Yeah.
Every couple months you finish a series, and every now and then you just have to binge because you just have to binge. But we're in the middle of our TNG rewatch right now, and it's such a different show. It's like watching it again for the first time because now Riker is the Beckett of the Enterprise in my head. And like all the weird things that you see him doing throughout the show, like suddenly have meaning. Like it's one of those things like, did you just reveal something from the writer's room of the original TNG that we didn't know? Or is this just like, I'm reading into it now? I don't know which it is.
So not to cross, what is it? Stories here?
Across the stream.
Franchises. Here we go. Franchises. That's the word I'm looking for. And don't cross the streams. But it kind of makes me think of where you're talking about you're reanalyzing how this person, like all the little things they do. I've kind of like the internet's take on Jar Jar Binks. And they're like, well, if he's a plant from the bad side to like screw up, then he's actually really good at his job.
The Darth Jar Jar thing is cute, but see, as also a Star Wars fan, because this is not a binary home, I've actually read a lot of the extended the books that go along with it, and The only new Star Wars books people should read is Chuck Wendig's Aftermath trilogy, because they're so good, and they introduce Sinjir, who is the greatest Star Wars character that is ever Star Wars. He's a former Imperial compliance agent who converts over to the rebellion, and he and his boyfriend are two of the greatest characters ever. And I'm not just saying that because they're queer, but because he's just like, what do you mean I can't torture him? We're the rebels. We're the good guys. That's not what we do. But I could get the information so much easier if I just broke something.
By the way, I'm totally imagining Alan Rickman.
Like, he's just so bored.
I'm imagining Alan Rickman doing that.
Oh, yes. Yes. Like, he would totally be played by Alan. And the best part is, like, he ends up becoming Mon Mothma's, like, attaché at one point. And I just like, and she's just like, I'm having trouble with some people. He's like, I can take care of it for you. Don't get me in trouble. It will never get back to you, whatever I do. Do I have your permission? You never have my permission to do anything. You have learned so well from me. It shall be done. And then it just goes off and terrible things ensue. I love Sinjir so much. But
it reminds me of growing up with my sister, and she was like, you didn't see anything. And I was said, see what?
Because Aftermath,
I've used that line on Friends, and they go, oh, see this. And I'm like, oh, no.
So
I say see what? That means I didn't see it.
The first Aftermath book picks up at the Battle of Endor. And you actually get to see the Battle of Endor from Wedge Antilles' point of view, from one of the X-Wing fighters. That's where the book starts. And then it follows through to the events of the sequel trilogy. And it kind of fills the gap of what part of the gap of what happened there. But that book like destroyed Darth Jar Jar for me, because one of the scenes you actually find out what Jar Jar is doing after the war. And he's actually running a PTSD clinic for soldiers after the war, trying to help them because he feels so guilty for his complicence in being the one who helped get everything authorized and everything. And it's such a cute scene, especially because it introduces my favorite new canon idea that Star Wars has. And that's the, basically, because the Ewoks also feel bad, so they volunteer to help the soldiers too, and they're basically little compassion teddy bears that are following the soldiers around, trying to help them and take care of them and stuff. And there's like a wonderful like subplot about all of the issues people who fought on both sides of the war have to deal with, because the rebels who saw and performed a lot of atrocities, and the former Imperials who thought that they were helping people and didn't understand what was going on elsewhere in the Empire. Like there's a really interesting like soldier narrative that goes through.
I love the multiple layers of this. Yeah. Oh my god. That's what I want in a story. And I think that's why I liked Game of Thrones, is because there were so many layers to it, but yet they were all interconnected.
But yeah, Wendig did such an interesting thing with, like, because I thought the Darth Jar Jar stuff was funny, and then I like read that chapter of the book, and I was just like, because there's just this scene of like old man Jar Jar trying to help some soldiers who are like having flashbacks because it's basically
wars are crazy thing.
I can't remember the name of it in setting, but it's basically like Independence Day. It's the celebration of the day the Empire fell, and they're firing off fireworks in the city, and some of the soldiers are having flashbacks to the bombings and everything.
Wow.
And there's this moment.
That's what I like about sci-fi. We can like hide real world stuff behind our sci-fi facade. I don't even facade is not it. It's like this escapism, but we're not really escaping. We're more shining a light on the serious issues.
And Chuck Wendig.
Oh, by the way, anybody in the chat who's new, just get used to it. I usually eat in my streams. I don't know what it is. It's not like I snack all the time. It's just like my streams, of course, we've been on for like almost 6 hours, but my streams usually hit when I should be eating anyway. So I just snack, and if I'm doing anything like chips, I put myself on mute while I chew. Don't mind
But
me.
not to like bring the conversation down, because yeah, the Darth Jar Jar stuff is really fun, but
Yeah.
because all the books are now canon, it's just getting to read, especially with a writer as good as Chuck, because Chuck Wendig is a good writer in his own right, and the fact that he got to write some of, like, Mr. Bones is such a good new droid that he added to the canon, who may or may not be HK from the Knights of the Old Republic. There's a moment that his programming gets glitched, and he does start reciting some lines from HK from Knights of the Old Republic. And I don't know, nobody knows if they intend that to mean that Mr. Bones was actually rebuilt from parts of HK, or if that was just Chuck putting them in there as like a to the fans, you know,
As a nod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Mr. Bones was such a good character, and so many of the characters that got introduced in there. Like, my life goal now is to be able to write the tie-in novel for, there's a non-binary space pirate who captures a Star Destroyer in the midst of all the chaos as the Empire is falling. This pirate basically conquers a Star Destroyer and starts running around using it for piracy. And I want to write that book. I want to write that book. Like, it's this weird little like side thing that's just like, no one will care, no one will read it. I don't care. I want to write it. Please pick me.
Well, apparently you've inspired OK Weird to buy Benjamin Franklin's memoir, autobiography. Just because you mentioned it. And if you've been paying attention through the chat, you have lots of supporters who are Star Trek fans, like Vixen, Stephanie. The book place is impressed. We've been going for 5 hours. It's one of those things. It's I'm not upset. I'm just impressed. That's the way I take it. And Kat has returned from her weekly phone call with her father. So now we're caught up, just about. But this is the interesting stuff, and I soak in it. Like, every single time you and I have a chat, I feel like I need a notebook and be like, and what is that entertainment thing that you're telling me about? So we got Benjamin Franklin's book. Apparently, I do need to get into Star Trek, but I'm hesitant just because my list is long on everything I need to do.
If you're wanting to dip your toe into Star Trek, just check out Lower Decks. They're 30-minute cartoons that you could like dip your toe in.
I do that.
And they're really funny. But if you're a Star Trek fan, there are so many like inside jokes hidden through it. Like, and I mean hidden, like in the background, like while the action's going on, there will be a thing in the background that I'll like pause it and be like, oh my goodness. Like it is written by fans for fans, but is accessible to anyone who has a sense of humor.
So it's like Disney movies where a lot of the bad stuff goes over the kids' heads and they just take it at face value. And then the parents go, whew, glad that went over my kid's head.
There are some lines in there.
We're not talking about stuff. We're talking about the
like I started, I forgot what line it was, but there was one line that I started just cackling with laughter, and the hubby paused it. I was like, you have to explain that joke to me. I'm not enough of a Trekkie to get it. What was so funny about that? I explained the line to him, and he's like, oh, because he thought it was funny for a completely different reason, but like I just like Mad Hatter cackled, like lost it, like full on Joker laugh when it happened, you know? And it was like, no, there's this whole other layer that you didn't like. Okay, you'd have to have watched this episode of the original animated series that they made in the 1970s, where Spock and his pet cat ended up doing this other thing with, and I like explained the whole thing to him. He's just like, they referenced Oh my goodness. That's so like obscure. Yes.
I got
That's
it.
why I love the show.
I gotta grab a blanket. My hands are getting cold.
Okay.
I can only like sit. Though I love chats. Like I feel like actually what I need to do is get some hot chocolate and like just curl up and chat.
See, I was talking with a friend of mine the other day, and I was like, there's part of me that just wants to be like that streamer person. And like I like doing the sprints and everything. Like I
Yeah.
enjoy doing that, and
But
I get a lot of work done.
talking, bonding. It's not even bonding because like you and I will go on a tangent, and then the chat brings up something, and
Yep.
also the chat has the flexibility that they can look up on the internet real quick, and be like, oh hey, by the way, the year you're thinking of is.
But like
This.
what you did earlier, like I watch all these channels where they're like sitting there talking, just basically a talking head talking to the chat, and like, here, let's pull up a video and talk about it. And they just do it, and I'm just like, how do you not get copyright struck for all of this? Like, how do you do this? Like, I want to teach me your ways, teach me your ways, because like that would be so much fun. I would love to do that, but
I watched a YouTuber who posted videos of like his reaction to movies and stuff, and it's pretty funny. It's good. Stitch, stop licking him. All right, and it's pretty good. But I was like, I wonder about copyright, and then I saw like a top comment because it went silent for like 30 seconds in the video, and it was because a Katy Perry song, "Fireworks," was playing at the opening of this movie that he was critiquing. Thank you. And that's what and it was in the background, like he turned the audio down, but it still caught it. All right, can we not? Daredevil, what are you doing? Whoa.
That is the one thing that is going to bring me back to Twitch. Is Twitch allows you to stream anything that's on Amazon Prime during your show, so you can talk about it. So everybody that watches has to have Amazon Prime, or they don't. I don't know if they can see the stream at all, or if they just can't see the show that you're playing. But you can literally have the show on in the background. And I've played with it a couple times. I figured out how it works, and I'm just like, one, the new season of The Expanse is coming out, and that would be really fun to sit and talk about that while watching that. The new Addams Family movie is now up on Prime, and I have not seen it, and I'm a huge Addams Family fan.
I haven't. Oh my god!
So I've been thinking about doing.
Do you want to do like a watch party? We could totally Mystery Science Theater 3000 this thing.
Because I've never seen it, and I'm really nervous.
I gotta unlock it. I haven't seen it either. My daughter saw it. She went with her friend in theaters for it. Oh my goodness. We're going crazy over here.
But like that's the thing, is it has to be on Prime.
But that would be yeah. That reminds me of a God, what is it called?
Farscape is on Prime. We could do a watch through Farscape.
Oh, yep, close it. Okay, then you just got to hang around.
Cougar Town's on Prime. Night at the Roxbury. Oh my goodness.
Okay, when we say on Prime, we're talking about free Prime, right?
Yeah, free to watch.
Not
yeah, free to watch with
like
a Prime.
You bought it off Amazon.
Yeah, free to watch with a Prime.
Okay. All right. Because there is a few things on there.
Because I loaded it up. I have it up in the background. I'm just like, Night at the Roxbury is on Prime right now. Oh, we could totally do the Badawi brothers like that. That would be.
Oh my god! And then if you dress up like the characters before you watch them, oh my god! I want to do Addams Family, and I would totally be Wednesday Addams.
Like this is gonna so be like my second channel on Twitch eventually.
There was a video. It was a meme. Well, just screen clips, and it was Morticia saying Wednesday is at that special age where she has one thing on her mind. And then, of course, the like pastel queen sitting next to them says, boys. And Wednesday goes, homicide.
I'm
What did
sorry.
you just see? What
Buffy
did
the
you see?
Vampire Slayer is on Prime.
Are we
could
talking like
do,
the
like, a
movie,
full
the
Buffy
19
rewatch.
the movie, or
The-
are we talking about
the
the
show.
show?
I don't
The
know how
show
much
too?
of it. I don't know
had
how
the
much of it.
biggest crush on
I
Spike.
see the first season of
You
the
know,
show.
you should. Oh my god! If you do the series, watch it, and then you can have different people co-host with you
All 7
through the
seasons.
series.
All 7 seasons of Buffy
Was it 7?
on Prime right now.
I remember I was in middle school and we had like a choir presentation. I'm gonna date myself here a little bit here. We had a choir presentation, and one of my classmates, it was the season finale, the series finale of Buffy, and he had set his VCR to record it so he wouldn't miss it.
Okay,
Everyone was so upset.
if you want to get into Star Trek in the most annoying way, the original series is on Prime.
Mhm.
We could do a rewatch. We could do a watch party where I introduce you to Leonard Nimoy, the God amongst men, Leonard Nimoy. All praise.
I mean,
and
we're talking
glory.
about the original Spock, right?
Yes, the original Star Trek is on Prime.
Okay, I at least know that.
The original Star
Ooh.
Trek is on Prime. I'm like, just, oh, dude, C-Lab 2021. Chuck is on
Oh my
Prime.
You're like a kid in a candy store right now.
Yes, because I now know what my Twitch channel is going to be. The BBC Hitchhiker's Guide to
Oh
the
my
Galaxy
god!
show
And then you.
is on Prime. Okay, so I need to start like finding co-hosts for my new Twitch series, where we just go and watch the Brother Catfile murders. Okay.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay, Ellis Peters is one of my favorite mystery writers of all times. She was a contemporary of Agatha Christie's. She wrote a bunch of different people, but the Cadfile murders are their cozy mysteries written in the Middle Ages. And the sleuth is Brother Cadfile. Yeah, the sleuth is Brother Cadfile, who was a soldier during the Crusades, and because of all he did in the Crusades, became a monk to try to not only earn forgiveness, but find some kind of peace in his life. Because of everything that he saw and did during the Crusades. And he brought back a lot of understanding of medicine and stuff. And so he ends up becoming this detective because there are murders in Shrewsbury, which is where the story takes place, in Shrewsbury, England. And Derek Jacobi plays Brother Cadfile in these, if you don't know who Derek Jacobi is.
Yeah.
Have you not seen Vicious? Where he and Sir Ian McKellen are just nasty bitches to people for a very long time.
No, I haven't seen that. Oh, okay, Weird volunteers as one of the co-hosts as well, along with me.
So I'm gonna have to put up like a sign-up sheet and start picking out stuff and putting them together.
Yes.
There's a lot.
If you do a video announcement of like, or even just throw it in the Discord, because a lot of us are in the Discord, just throw it up in there and be like, hey, here's set the schedule. I think around your schedule, because I don't think you should. You got enough on your plate. We can work around your schedule, and we'll let you know, like, hey, I'm free this date in the future, and stuff.
I just didn't know a lot of the stuff was on there right now. I very rarely open it up because it is the worst designed app in the world. Like, I would not watch anything that's on Amazon Prime except for I have an Apple TV.
Yeah.
And so when you search,
what did I watch on Amazon Prime recently?
It shows you where it's at. So you can just search a show.
I went through an entire series. I do like that about the Apple TV, that it like soaks in from everything. But I was watching a show on Amazon Prime for a bit and playing catch up and stuff because I hadn't seen it. and stuff. I know I rewatched 24 on Prime like a few years ago.
I love The Expanse, which they rescued. That's a
Oh,
great
yeah.
show.
Oh, they did rescue it.
Yeah, they rescued
Because I
it.
remember I started it and I was like,
Oh, I love that show.
okay,
I'm
good.
trying to read the books right now, but I'm so bad
You
at
wanna go to
reading right now.
Yeah.
I'm about halfway through Leviathan Wakes, which is the first book in the series.
Mm-hmm. Oh, whoops.
Wait, what? Netflix has the same function too? I know if you want to do it for private stuff, Disney Plus allows you to do watch parties. That's built into Disney Plus. You can only have 9 people.
Wait, I think I saw that.
Yeah, you can only have 9 people watch with you, but
and of course, I'm assuming they have to have accounts, and you got to like reach out to their account and stuff. But still, like honestly, I think this virtual watch party stuff is going to. I think it's going to become like a new bonding experience and stuff. But even then, see, here's the danger: like you in a group of people at your house watching something, you can look at someone and be like. Whereas, like this, they have to be looking at the camera or something. And you won't be able to like nudge your friend and be like, "Watch this part. Wait, watch it," and stuff like. So it kind of takes away some other aspects to it. And I'm that person that you probably don't want to watch a movie with. Like I need to know ahead of time that it's a Mystery Science Theater 3000 setup because it's not. I'm not sitting there watching a scary movie going, "Wait, why is she going up the stairs? Wait, but the killer just went that way." Like I'm not that person. I'm sitting there going, "Man, famous last words, huh?" Like I'm cracking jokes the whole time. I mean, I think they're jokes. My husband thinks it's pointless commentary, but.
I tend to be that person, depending on like there are a few films that I take way too seriously, but they're few and far between. And they're like, with the exception of like one of them, they're movies that people would not like expect. But
yeah, where is
the hubby has learned if I'm watching Prince of Egypt just to shut up and either watch it or leave. Because
we're talking about the cartoon, right?
Yeah. I love
the music from that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yes.
Like it's so great. And I remember I think it was in elementary school when I came out or something. And because I used to go to church a lot. And I remember going to watch it at someone's house with like other church members. And it was such an artistic masterpiece that I did not appreciate at my young age. But now that I'm older.
And Patrick Stewart voices the Pharaoh, and
Patrick Stewart.
I can't make it through the intro song, that Deliver Us song, without like breaking down into tears. Like it
yes. Oh my god! And it's just
grabs me and pulls everything out of me.
Orchestra. It has that oomph and stuff. Actually, I need to download that soundtrack, and I'm gonna like start running to it.
It's good.
So. Oh my god, you can do a watch party on Netflix with like 50 people.
I got to figure out how to do that.
Okay, we're admitted to being that person that says, "Oh, she went up the stairs," but you did.
Because I would love to do a watch party with some
Vixens.
Oh, The Expanse. Oh, The Expanse is so good.
You got some people. Sister wants you. She's calling you.
Because I'm such a big Sense8 fan, and I just need to see people's faces when they're watching it, because it's hard to explain that show.
Yes,
because it is what it is. But I love it. I love it so much.
I like to have, if I'm doing a watch party, I need a camera on somebody's face, because I'm that person. If I've seen it before and something's about to happen, I'm like,
well. Especially a show like that, which is one of the few shows that I think could rightly be described as erotica, because it is action adventure erotica that actually has a story. But
Yeah. Oh, so Kat brought up it in the situation of the person who goes and gets themselves killed because they're idiots.
Yeah.
She deserved it. Should have listened to the other person.
Yeah.
It makes me think. I think it was a Geico commercial or State Farm, and it said, "If you're at a slasher film, why can't we just go in the car? Whoa, let's go into the shed with all the weapons. Yeah, let's do that." And then it says, "You're gonna make some bad decisions." I'm like,
Let's go hide behind the chainsaws.
I know. And then the killer's like, you're gonna make this difficult for me?
Like, what's the point? I mean, you're already here.
Oh,
Fine.
my husband and I were talking about some other commercials that we just love. And I'm not sure how many people remember, but the E-Trade baby. And I just love the sarcasm. There's one where the E-Trade baby was talking about like flying back from Vegas with his friends, and then the other baby's in the back going, yeah, because he's. And then the pilot comes on going, please take your seats. And the baby in the back goes, Dad? He goes, no, that's the pilot. And so whenever Spencer goes, Dad, we always shout back, that's the pilot. We're going to confuse our son so badly. But it's just so much. There's that show. Oh, and then there's the one where the E-Trade baby's talking to like his baby girlfriend, and she goes, that milkaholic Lindsay is in over there with you. And Lindsay pops in the frame, goes, Milka what?
Bye, Michael.
Oh, Michael's leaving?
Yeah.
Oh,
to dinner.
bye.
And,
Thanks for
yeah,
listening
go
in.
to the
I hope
graveyard.
you had a good laugh a few times.
My hubby and I
We're
date
hiding in the
was at a
graveyard.
Like our first unofficial date was at a graveyard.
And then say what was in the trunk.
Oh yeah, because we were talking about bad dates, and I explained about the night I had out with the person who tried to kill me. And I was like, yeah, so I get nervous if there's a rope and axe bags and trash bags and stuff in the
Duct
trunk.
tape.
He took me out and showed me his trunk and had all of those things in it. And I was just like, good to know. Good to know.
At least it was fourth front, fourth right, whatever. We'll go with it. Oh God, what else is? Oh, I thought I had earlier when we were talking about Shakespeare and talking about movies and how movies aren't a bad thing because then it modernizes the Shakespeare and anything else that we're trying to bring into the realm. And I thought of something really funny that I remember from the movie Clueless, which Clueless is a remake of Emma.
Yep.
As well. Or not remake, but a reimagining.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I loved it. I still love that movie. And plus Paul Rudd at any age. But what was really funny is so Cher is in the back seat. Paul Rudd, her brother in the movie, is driving her, and Paul Rudd's like moody Depeche Mode wannabe girlfriend is in the front seat, and it's all trying to be like political inspiring. She's like, yes, as Brutus says, to thy own self be true. And Cher's going, he didn't say that. That Polonius guy did. And I'm making things up at this point because I don't remember the quote exactly. And the girl who's college and being told by a 16-year-old, you're wrong, goes, I think I remember Hamlet well. And she's like, well, I think I remember Mel Gibson accurately, and he didn't say it.
Yes.
Come here, buddy.
Yes.
So I love that point, like in that whole movie, because just because you're going to get the information wrong. And it goes back to what we were talking about of if the history is just facts and stuff. If you're reading the boring stuff, you're going to probably get the facts confused unless you have passion behind it. I'm assuming that college girl did not have passion behind it. Sister's asking for you.
I have to say though, I feel like my fiction is single-handedly trying to bring the soliloquy back, because I feel like so many passages of the stuff that I've been writing lately are just soliloquies.
I have a tendency to have a lot of those. So CB is back. Apparently, we're getting a lot of people that are leaving, coming back. Thank you for coming back, to everybody. But a few things to take care of, and then remembered that they had to write a piece for their writing group on Friday when they have to describe something without revealing it. That's really interesting. Now, I will say, if you can write while people are talking, we're the stream to you. If you're looking for sprints, not anymore. We've pushed sprints to the side. We've been productive enough for today.
I will take a quick look and see if I see anybody
So.
streaming, like streaming for realsies.
Yeah,
right now,
like streaming with sprinting, not just chatting. I mean, we got.
Autumn Ashley is.
I did 30 minutes. Yeah, Autumn Ashley. So I got.
Is about to start.
We did sprint for over an hour. Yeah. So I'm doing the math right now in my head. I can't remember if we did 2 25s or if it was.
There was a 30 in there. Was it 15, 25?
There was a 30. I think it was a 25, 15, 25, 30, 20. Because the piano one was a 20.
Yeah, that was
so
20.
Hold on. Yeah. Why can I not add these numbers in my head right now? So 30 plus 20 is 50, plus 15 would be 65, then plus 25 would be.
I'm sorry, I love y'all, but you got to pay me for performative math.
90.
Like
90,
I don't
90.
performative math for free.
So we did an hour and a half. Yeah. Someone in the chat, I'm sure will correct me, but I'm pretty sure it comes out to we did 90 minutes in total of sprinting. So did that. Ooh, it's after 7. What's going on?
I'm gonna have to put these up eventually. I might as well just be a performative jerk for a second, because I thought I was going to be writing a space opera. So
you still can.
For inspiration, I actually got out all of my tech manuals, my Star Trek tech manuals, including the first season's source book, which I only made for a while. Here's the Dynamics book, which, if you're a Star Trek fan, this is
You're
awesome.
Just a like kind of fan, not a full blown fan, right?
And
are you gonna go play with sister? Or are you done?
We have all of the charts and maps.
What do you want to go to bed?
This is getting too heavy, so I gotta put it down. And then we have the Star Trek That Never Happened. Okay. And then we have the book and several other role-playing game books over there, because I got not even all, but a bunch of my Star Trek stuff.
Yeah. Do you want to see? You got a few things to give you inspiration.
Yeah, and I get to put it all up now because I'm not writing a space opera. So I had it all set up so I would have, like, whenever my brain's like, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm like, here's a whole bunch of different, like, sci-fi related things that I can do. But no, that's not.
So Kat said it's Ace Week, and I admit I don't know what Ace Week is.
Oh.
Why are we slapping my hands together?
Before I get into that, Jordan, I always say the last name wrong. Fahen.
Starts with an F.
Yeah. Fiegehen just started streaming. So if you're wanting to do,
nice.
They're doing spooks, sprints, and the supernatural. So if you're looking for sprints, they just started doing their thing.
There you go. Yes, sweetie. Oh my God, he's just.
But yeah, it's.
I'm not clapping my hands.
So it's Asexual Awareness Week. And as somebody who is
Gotcha.
fascinated by all things ace, like I have decided one of the characters will be wearing the black ring because I want that to be a thing in this book. So I just haven't figured out which one it's going to be. I was thinking just to be a real jerk to people that I can like attack if they ever do fan fiction, make it like the sexiest character of the bunch just to be annoying to people. But I'm probably not going to do that. I don't know which one it's going to end up being. But
He's fake sneezing. That's the loud noise in case that's startling anybody. Because I can feel it almost vibrate through my chest. All right. Asexual Awareness Weeks. Great. Nice. I love it that there's like, because growing up, this didn't happen. It wasn't announced in school. It probably still isn't announced in school. About like Asexual Awareness Week or I know when I was in school, there wasn't an official day of gay marriages were legalized and stuff. There wasn't any of that. So I hope it becomes more a part of just like talking about the weather, you know.
Yep. I long for that, but I have a little Larry Kramer inside me that every time anything good happens, I just hear Larry in the back of my head saying, never forget that in Germany in 1926, gay couples were getting married, trans rights were recognized by the state, and everything was going swimmingly. 1929, we were in Dachau. So I always have, like, I can't easily celebrate anything because I hear Larry in the back of my head. Because he's not wrong. Like, he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong. And I know, like, there's actually, and I did research this for my book, like, there is a fear of being happy and stuff because we know things don't last. And it's not necessarily that we're afraid of being blindsided.
Yep.
What, sweetie? Oh, I'm sorry. Even though it wasn't my fault, I don't know why I'm saying I'm sorry. It's all you right now. You spilled it. I grabbed a drink and he spilled some of it. He's like, and I'm like, well, I'm glad there's streams going on for anybody who wants to sprint. I've questioned whether I'm gonna, after we get off here, I'm gonna get off in the next 5 minutes because my daughter does want to watch a movie. Don't, please stop moving the camera. Oh my gosh. Please stop, that's loud. I swear you can make all the noise in a little bit.
Oh,
but because my daughter wants to.
I got a message
food.
from Tessa, and I was just making sure everything was okay. Like, I saw my phone light up and like message from Tessa Dean. I was like, I'm gonna check this real quick.
Yeah, I hope. Oh, she's using my my chart spreadsheet that I created for my wording, and I created one for her because she was in the hospital. So I was like, just give me your abbreviations, and I'm gonna put it in for you. Well, I screwed up one time. It was all me of like, I accidentally did the equations wrong, but then I fixed it. And now she's still having issues with it.
Last night,
where September's fine, but all the rest of the months.
Yeah, Office did a thing for her last night, and it wouldn't let her open her actual document, like her actual story. And she was really worried that she may have lost it.
Oh,
and when she opened the Excel sheet, she said it popped up a message saying, "We noticed an error in your formula and fixed it for you." And she said it changed all the math and made it wrong. And she was really, she was so mad about that.
At this point, I I'm willing for her to just send me, like, write down on a piece of paper or type it up in a Word document and send me, like, day 1 this, day 2 that. I will punch in all the numbers for her on it and then send it back to her. Because honestly, like, my spreadsheet, I mean, I've modified mine personally a few times because my week starts every Tuesday because September 1st started on a Tuesday. So I just kept going with that. And a Tuesday upload speed, time, day, whatever is fine. But I don't know. What are you doing, son?
See, just to get onto the boring YouTube talk, I don't know what to do because YouTube is like not showing any of showing the video that I did that's not Milwordy to anyone. And I know that because you know how you can look at your impressions, like how many people saw it but didn't actually click, because you can see how many people saw it, how many people then played it. You can see the funnel in there. They're just not showing it to people. Like my Nano announcement, like they're just like, nobody cares. We're not showing it to anybody. Like nobody can see this. I'm just like, so all I can do is either pep talks or Milwordy talk. Okay.
That reminds me, I actually need, I think part of this video this week, because I actually, for this vlog, I haven't recorded like 2 days for the past 2 days, so I probably need to for tonight. I think I'm also going to make this a NaNoWriMo announcement, and like how I plan to handle it.
Because yeah, I just was looking it up.
I feel pretty good with my plan.
It literally showed it to half the number of people it normally shows a video to in the same amount of time.
And that was with your latest video, like your vlog?
Yeah,
you're making me want to go grab my laptop
Nano Rebel.
now.
Yeah, that Nano Rebel one I did on Thursday.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
oh
yeah,
like,
I'm not all about the views or anything like that. It's just when I noticed that like half the people watched it that watched the other one, I was like, huh, that's interesting. Like maybe I did a bad thumbnail, and then I looked to see like how many people they showed it to, and I'm just like, oh, they're just not showing it to people. Oh,
well, and okay, so my planner video, because it's a little different from my. Do you like how I changed?
Yeah.
And now my son's answering for me.
Magic.
No, all right. Here, I'm moving my camera around. Okay, fine. You don't have to have it. You got control of all the other stuff around the house. Okay. So I'm going to look up this video and then we're going to get off this stream.
Speak of the Tessa, we were just talking about you and we have summoned you into chat. Hello, Tessa. I was just talking about how much fun I had at the last night. And yes, Kat, the Time to Rebel video. When you go to the reach where it shows you how many people they've shown it to, and then how many people have watched it, and it shows you the funnel on the reach thing, because I noticed it had less views, and it, according to the analytics I'm seeing, they showed it to like half the people that they normally would have by this point in time, and I'm just like,
I'm jumping in on my laptop to see.
I'm frustrated because I would
comes
so
up.
many more things.
Okay,
but like I know from like some of the bigger people, like that I hear them talking about that, and that's the first time I've seen it happen to me.
Okay, so like my planner video is just like, it's low numbers, like it has the arrow pointing down on all the analytics when compared to other videos released for this same amount of time, which I'm fine with. But right now, most of my videos, which analytics are you looking at specifically? Like go to channel analytics or
on the video on the video itself?
Video analytics.
Yeah, the video analytics. It's the second tab. It shows you the reach.
Reach.
And you see how many people it's shown it to, how many people, and then how many. That's the impressions, and then how many people watched it, and you see that over time.
Which is okay. So impressions is the number of people shown, and then the views is the number of people that actually watch.
Impressions is how many people they offered it to. So when they were browsing YouTube, That's how many
We
people
need to
saw it.
do a walkthrough for all new YouTubers of this, because I'm just saying, like, because now, okay, I'm gonna pull up my latest video, the week 7 vlog, and I want to see this.
Because as of right now, they've only shown it to 395 people, and usually by now they would have it would have had about 550 impressions by now from like my normal videos.
Yeah.
So
My Milwordy vlog has 326 impressions, which is, I guess, normal for me. But the planner video that I did was like just little, almost 7 minutes. That had only 127. Yes, sweetie. So, and then that makes me want to see my other video.
Because this goes back to when, like, I was a blogger for a very long period of time, and so learning to read your analytics was like everything in that business,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and seeing what people thought about you. And while I have no illusions that I'm going to eventually make a living off of YouTube or any of that stuff, like,
yeah. Oh no, writing is my retirement plan, and that's it.
But you know, I like to keep track of what's going on, and like, because it's that they care about most, and it's just I'm starting to see how the algorithm sees me. Like, that's what I'm getting here.
Yes.
And like the other thing that's really starting to get annoying for me, because I would like to see the channel grow, you know, and stuff, is I noticed on my main channel analytics that at least right now, of the people who watch my videos, like 90% of them are like 98% of them are already subscribed to me, and only like 2% of people who watch my videos are not subscribed. So like there's no room for growth. There's like no room for growth. Like I have hit my peak market. Right? I've hit my peak, and you know, I'm not trying to be that person that's like, it's all about the views, because I'm not. But so Stephanie says, I stopped doing weekly vlogs because analytics said the average watch time was 2 to 4 minutes, and they were 15 to 20 minutes long. Okay, so I've been talking to a lot of YouTubers who have bigger channels than I do, and I've been pulling this from other publicly accessible information. It is my understanding that when you're looking at your video analytics, if you want to know if YouTube thinks the video did well, you go into the first tab in your video analytics for that video, the retention, how long do people watch your video, and you'll see the line there. You want that line at the end to be at about 20%. If that's at 20%, the algorithm will see that as a successful video. I've heard that from a lot of people, and you know, my average watch time on my videos varies from well, it varies because my videos are actually fairly consistent in length. I do a lot of like 10-minute videos, but when you're looking at the numbers there, the higher you can get that number, the better. Like, but my Milwordy videos, and this is probably why they're starting to classify me as a Milwordy channel, is on average they have a 60%. Around 60% of people that start watching one of my Milwordy videos will watch it all the way to the end. And around 30% of the people that watch my other videos make it all the way to the end. So about twice the number.
Wait, where do you see that? Because my vlogs, actually doing Milwordy has upped my watch thing, and people watch my vlogs. Like, my average watch time has gone up. Like, this last one was like over 8 minutes.
So in video analytics, the first screen, when you first click in, if you scroll down, you'll see how long Oh, sorry. Well, for this video, it was premiered. So the next thing down is how long were people watching your premiere? And then the one right below that, if you premiered it, or if you didn't, it should be the next thing down, says how long did people watch your video? Audience retention. By the end of that, when you mouse over and look at the numbers, you want that to be between 20 and 30% minimum, or YouTube will classify that as a terrible bad video. 20 to 30, it's a good video, and YouTube is happy.
Wait, and so I'm under the tab engagement.
No, at the it's the first one, overview.
The overview. Okay,
Yeah,
overview.
And you scroll down. Let me see if I can show
Audience
you. This is actually my
retention.
one.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't see.
Oh,
and
it's
so that audience retention chart there.
yeah.
And that'll show you. And you want to see,
okay, and so when I hover the mouse all the way to the very end of the retention, it says 22% made it to the very end.
So they 20 to 30 is good range. Anything above that, and you're a superstar in the eyes of the algorithm, as I understand it from people that actually do this for a living, who are actually making incomes over there. So,
yes, sweetie. What do you need? Okay. He's getting fussy. I need it. Oh, and I got 1 subscriber out of it. I'm learning so much.
I lost
my last one of my secondary goals, like that, so it's not writing, it's not focused on subscribers, whatever. It's just make my videos interesting enough, and not make them interesting because it's a vlog. It's not that interesting. But allow yes, that's me. But make it interesting enough so that people are watching longer. And I was like, I don't care if only 10 people see this. Did the 10 people feel invested enough to watch it, to actually pay attention the whole time?
Because I'm really looking at this as a part of my, author platform, which is a word that I despise, I hate, but is necessary.
Yeah,
and
it's one of the pills we swallow.
That's one of the things that I'm trying to figure out how to do this in such a way that, like, I don't want to lose the writers that I have watching me, because I love being part of the community and whatnot. But I want this to be a channel that's also interesting for readers.
True.
Because I feel like there has to be a way to find that balance between it, because like Garrett Robinson for me right now is the model channel, and that I've been following a lot of what he's been doing for years.
Mm-hmm.
And I love his channel, and he's one of those people that I get excited when I see he has a new video coming out, because I know it's going to be something interesting and something that I'm really wanting to watch, and seeing how he does his stuff, because he talks about stuff for writers and for writing, but he also does a lot where he talks about stuff for his books. Like, I started reading his books because of his YouTube channel.
Oh, that's kind of nice. Like, that's the whole point of the author platform.
And it was because the more I heard about his work and what he's doing, the more I was like, I want to see how that works. Like, how did you do that? How did that end up, resulting in there? And so I'm trying to figure out how to do more of that from the stuff that I'm making. Because, the more I think about this, because I really enjoy doing the YouTube stuff a lot more than I thought I would.
Don't judge. He's entertained.
I'm trying to figure out how to do things that are fun, but that also kind of have a purpose. Like, I don't like thinking too much about the money side of writing, because been there, done that, and had the nervous breakdown to prove it.
Well, and then that starts to be what you care about, and if something doesn't do as well, then you start wondering, well, is it bad? Is it not as good as the first thing? And
and that's more where I've been getting onto the,
Go ahead.
doing my fast drafting and getting to the point where I have finished books a lot quicker
Yeah.
and wanting
Because
to
you
put
care
out
more about the story.
and put out a lot more content a lot faster, because I found myself very quickly, like, to be honest, like if for anybody who has ever checked out any of my stuff, Fate's Harrow never got finished. The publisher that I was working with to do those stories decided that they weren't going to be publishing short stories anymore.
Ooh.
And so the collected anthology book that's up that I have out right now actually has, is it one or two? I think 2 stories in there that were never published because they were written, but their publication date came after the date that they decided that they weren't going to be publishing stories anymore, short stories anymore. And so they never saw the light of day back then, but they're in the collected edition. But they don't actually take you to the end of the story. And I never finished writing the rest of the stories. Not because I don't care about the characters or I didn't want to know what happened, but because that the financial backing that pushed me to write to write them in the first place went away. And I don't like thinking that way. I don't like thinking that way, but at the same time, I would like to make a living off of my writing. I think a lot of us would, it's not easy to do. It's hard to do, but I would like to do it. If at all possible, I would like to make a good living off of my writing. And I know a lot of that requires us to do a lot of the different things. Like, I make the majority of my money from my podcasts and from Patreon. And so, when I joke around and say, I'm brought to you by viewers like you, I really mean that, like I'm a PBS channel, people.
Well, and that's my goal, is because I had the full-time job. If let's think positively. When I start making money from YouTube or writing, what I want to do is start investing back into my fellow writers and give y'all money. Because right now, if I told my husband, hey, I want to take $100 and sprinkle it among all my writer friends, he would be like, honey, we do you see your kids? Do you care about them? So, but that's what I want to do. So, and that's another reason why I want to get better. And also, I know by having the writer friends in this community that we have, it's what's going to help me be a better writer. And I do want to support everyone that has helped me, help them, help me.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see can you say that again? I think you were asking about the analytics. Sorry, I just saw that in the chat. So yeah, it's not the average duration, it's the
I had it up a second ago.
Yeah, I'm just loading it back up. It's how long do people watch, audience retention. It's on the overview panel.
Yeah.
The higher you can get the average percentage, the more YouTube will like you. But if the final number is below 20, YouTube will consider it a bad video no matter what.
Yeah. So my planning video that I posted yesterday, it's way low. Whereas my weekly vlog video, my latest weekly vlog, was at 22% of viewers watched till the very end. And that's what the who watches to the end video is what we're talking about.
And I'm so excited because Tessa's almost at 100 subs. Which is so cool.
So close. And Devin jumped ahead and went ahead and linked Tessa's channel.
Yep. Because so close.
I swear, giving Devin a wrench was one of the best choices I ever made.
And even if you think you're subbed, check again, because unsubbing people.
You know what? And I'm actually going to jump over here and make sure I'm subbed to Justice's channel while we're having this conversation, because I know so many times.
I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were like, yeah, in my last video, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wait, you haven't put out a video in a while, have you? And I went, looked, and I had been unsubbed from their channel. And that's why I thought they had just gone radio silence. And I was like,
oh my goodness.
And so,
and then, what else do we have?
Because like I got up to Jace. I found that out in the middle of the stream with him when he invited me to be on his stream the other day. And I think every time I've co-hosted with Jace, I've had to resub to his channel.
Yeah. And I know I'm subbed to yours, but now because I mean I get all your premieres, but now I want to go jump over to your channel and make sure. Yep, I'm still subbed. Okay. Yes, the book place, we're still going, but I swear we're wrapping up. I promise. We were talking about video analytics and such.
We'll talk. You don't have to commit to anything now, and we'll talk about this more in future. But
okay,
you and I should think about. You should come up with a series of questions, and whether you're on the stream or not, I'll do a stream at some point about author platform.
Yes, and like how to read the analytics and which numbers you should focus on and everything. Yes.
Yeah, that should be like a full stream. Like you don't have to.
That'd be a really good one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that's one thing that I have, and like full on talking about author platform. Like the reason I'm always talking about my podcast and stuff is, like I said, that's where I make most of my money. Is from the podcasts and from ads on the podcasts. And learning to diversify. Like if you want to make a living as a creative, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You need to be in multiple places.
Yeah.
And really putting yourself out there.
I mean, it's advertisement. It is advertisement. You are not going to pay just for billboards. You're going to do yellow pages, which is technically on the internet anyways.
Yep.
Facebook, there's so many times that I find a phone number for a place just through Facebook because I couldn't find it anywhere else. And those are the things you need. But yeah, and you are marketing yourself, advertising yourself as an author. So it's definitely good. And then, yeah, this is all about that author platform.
Because like one of the things that I'm going to start doing is like, if I'm going to try to talk some friends into doing voice work for me, and I'm going to start doing jukebox musicals on the channel, where I'm going to try to get people to actually read the dialogue parts and then just play the song that would be there, and having some fun with it that way and stuff. Because it's all about getting yourself out there. It's all about getting yourself out there. So
in closing, otherwise I'm going to be on the stream forever. And my husband's already called me like over the span of 6 hours, like twice, but like, you're still going, sweet? Okay. But it is Ace Week. Ace Week is, as I just learned, asexual week. And there is actually an asexual Facebook page, and they have Xler Tumblr screenshots, and Kat's loving it. And they even have posts where they is singular and can be used as a singular thing, because this is how our English language is evolving. Things may start out as slang and stuff, but that's how a language evolves. Like that's the reason why we don't talk or spell things the same way that they are said, pronounced, and said in the Canterbury Tales, for example. Language evolves. So, Charlie, do you mind doing an outro? Because I don't think we ever did intros, really.
Not really. Hello, if you don't know me by now, my name is Charlie Dorset. I write under the name C.E. Dorset, and I have to correct myself now, 9 books out, because I unpublished 2 books this year, because I went to do revised versions of them because they were supposed to be parts of series that never happened. So those series are going to happen, and I'm going to do some touch-ups on books 1. I do YouTube stuff. I stream every Wednesday and Friday on my channel doing sprints and stuff and all kinds of video madness. Easter. Well, actually, the Wednesday we're starting at 6 now because I've been hanging out with Kat and her wonderful friends as a color commentator on the
Sims
Widow triple play sim stream, which I have enjoyed so much. It brings me life, and I'm living for it. I also do 1,000,001 podcasts. I have a new one that's coming out next week, but we'll talk about that more later. If you're into writing, check out my podcast, Myth Weaving, which is about storytelling and world building It already has like 27 episodes up on it because I moved a lot of my world building stuff over there to make it easier for people to find. It should be on every podcast app. If it's not, please tell me because they lied. I do have a Stern talking to
Completely lied.
Yeah, because they've
and
told
then
me.
there's the Spotify.
And then,
have...
on Spotify, I have the House of the Blue Dragon, which is me playing music and talking about music. The upcoming episode is going to be about goth music because Halloween, y'all. And I'm going to be going into like old school stuff. We're going to have stuff from Christian Death and Gene Loves Jezebel and everything, all the way up to modern dark wave goth bands like Priest that are going to be a part, that are going to be on there. I also have some friends that are musicians, so hopefully there will be some interviews in the not too distant future. Mother Feather has a new album out, and I've actually been talking to Anna, and so hopefully there will be
My
some
son
more.
keeps nudging me. Don't mind him.
There'll be some more interviews and stuff over there as well. That is exclusive to Spotify, but you get to hear the songs as I'm talking about. So
yep.
I'm very excited because that's a dream come true. It really is. Like, even if nobody ever
It's
listens
so much
to it,
stuff. Well, and that's the key, is that you got to enjoy what you're doing. And if you don't enjoy it, no one else can enjoy watching it with watching, listening.
That one's truly a dream come true. I'm so excited about it. But
I am already trying to get a jump start. Like, I have the window open so I can make sure to put everything in the description for this video that I told myself I would. I'm starting with your channel, and then I need your IG, and then I'm gonna get your website and everything. Like, luckily you have it at like most of the videos, like at the bottom.
Yep.
So I can just copy and paste. But with that, I'm Natalie Locke. You're on my channel. I will say thank you to everyone who subscribed because my numbers did go up, and I fully appreciate it. Hope you enjoy my vlog videos. Don't worry, my planner video is a once in a blue moon. It won't happen again. Where else? I post every Tuesday morning my vlog, and coming up is week 8 of Milwordy. And you'll get my synopsis of my numbers and how my week went and how my secondary goals are going, my third dairy goals are going, and really fun, especially because as I tell everybody, I am one of these people that has a full-time job. Obviously, I'm a mom. You saw one of the kids constantly, but I do have another one with technology. She's older. She's 10, so she doesn't spend much time. And with that full-time job, being a parent, I also decided to throw in writing and Milwordy because let's just watch the dumpster fire together. Actually, in reality, I'm doing pretty good. Right now, my numbers for October are back where they should be, as long as I continue at least being above average for the rest of the month each day.
I'm still shocked at how well I'm doing for Milwordy.
Yeah, I think for me, counting critique words helps. Not just the words I'm critically reading for chapter stories and stuff like that, as well as the words I'm typing in my comments are counting, and that's really helping me, which is why I am doing a double Milwordy. Then I have a secondary goal of where my actual writing, outlining, editing, writing words, so not counting what I read. I'm trying to do 750,000 of just that towards double Milwordy. But yeah, this is fun. Sure. I'm doing okay. We'll see how it works when we start going back to work, and possibly because I work in an office, so I could see that changing my dynamic. But yeah, then I have other rules, like when my husband is home and I do work all day, I'm not allowed to touch my laptop until after the kids go to bed. But he's gone right now, so I can break my own rules. Anything. But thank you to everybody who came. The chat was great, especially chiming in when I couldn't think of words, because that's happening a lot now. Stephanie is also counting critique and beta reading notes and comments towards her word count. Yes. For me, I'm counting my notes that I write up, but I'm also counting the words I actually read because that takes time. My Kindle app told me that a chapter should only take me 10 minutes to read. It took me over an hour because I keep on writing comments. And then also I have other distractions at times from it. So yeah.
Don't forget,
happens.
Stephanie's got a new book coming out.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I pre-ordered it. It's called Tears of Yesterday. The cover is a beautiful. It makes me think of a storm, really. Yes, and it is. I have not read it. I'll be honest, but I have already pre-ordered it. I'm pretty darn sure. I think, yeah, it is. I remember seeing the thing. But also because of what I'm doing, I can't read for fun right now. So there's that. But thank you to everybody coming to the chat. Thank you, Charlie, for joining me. I am so glad that we were able to sprint. I'm glad we were able to evolve into just a chatty conversation. But it's us. Like we knew it was coming. We were kidding.
Inevitable.
Yes. But
work, do other things because he knew it was going to happen.
Yeah. And then so with that, Charlie, I would like you to say your normal list that you say is your outro because I don't want to miss anybody in that list, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember the world is a garbage fire and is not getting any better. So remember, Black Lives Matter, Black trans lives matter, trans identities are valid. Take it from BB. Trans identities are valid. I'm right here. Valid, real person. So go out there, be loud, be proud, vote if you haven't already, or if you, like me, have to do it on the day because you're living in a garbage fire of a state that makes early voting illegal and other voting really hard. So be out there, be loud, be proud. And don't forget to ride your dreams into reality because we can change the world. And until next time, don't forget to have the fun.
Yeah, of course. Bye.
Bye.
Come on, click end. Oh my God, it thinks I'm highlighting it. Okay, in podcast. Bye.